This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and today is Friday, January 26th, 2024. Welcome to my desk. Well, today I'm going to show you an older slow stitch bag in the process that I did with Aunt Beck several months ago. Mine's not finished. Hers is finished. I think she said she made a pencil case out of hers. I'm not sure what I'm going to make. Maybe something to hold my tatting as I move back and forth between my rooms, or if I want to go out. I'm not sure. But we're going to look at that. I have some happy mail. Hi, Mina. Good morning, Mina. I have some happy mail to open. And I just thought I would maybe do a little bit of fabric clusters. Good morning. Good morning. So let me get it set up here on my desk and go into my channel and go into my lives and set it up so that I can see folks coming in. There I am. There you are. There's the ads. We'll skip the ads. Mina says, good morning. What's the temperature out there? We're in the 30s again today, I believe. Hopefully it'll get a little bit warmer, but we're not sure. We're not sure how long that's going to last. Let me go to quality, hit advanced, go up to 1080. Mina's awake. Mina's awake. She's my only person in. She's my only early bird. I got three others. I got three people. Mina's the only one. The other two are up in the balcony. And if you're in the balcony or watching the replay, know that you're welcome. Let's show the pencil bag first. And I'll open the Happy Mail when a few more people get in here. I called it a pencil bag because I think that's what Becky made. But I got to the point where I was ready to line it, and I'm lining it on separate pieces rather than sewing. I haven't pinned these down yet. I did stitch them on. So I made my lining apart, so you can see where I stitched in here and around my little fabric motifs. So my lining is actually a part of the bag, and it will become, there'll become a seam in there, which I don't mind. It'll be a little bit frayed. I could probably try to fold that under or something, but I'm not going to fool with that. This is just I think this is the first bag I've ever made. But it will go like this. And you know what? I might just stitch it on the outside and allow the frayed pieces to, I think I'll do that so that when I put things in the bag, it will not, well, that's part of when I put things in the bag, it will not get caught on any of this fraying. I think I'll do that. Now, how she did these corners, I'm not sure. If she just stitched across that way, I'm not sure how, because they're kind of, I'd have to go back and review her video how Becky did this. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning, Rhonda. Mina says it's 48 degrees where she's at 3:32 a.m. So Mina is in Arizona, so it's a little warmer out that way. I might, since I'm going to stitch this on the outside, I might cut this off. But if I cut it off, then I'm going to have to readjust. Well, I suppose if I stitch across here. If Becky comes in, I might ask her how she handled, because I'd forgotten by now. She had square corners here. But if I alter this, and I think I will at this point, I'll just take these pieces off here, and in this one I'll have enough thread that I can tie a knot down there, and I'll just stitch it right across. I think that's what I'm going to do. Rhonda says good morning. She's saying good morning to Mina. Rhonda says it's been pouring rain there all night. Her yard is flooded. Thank goodness I have a net over the pond. Otherwise the fish would be all over. Oh dear. Oh dear. Rain, rain, rain. How come I'm up so early, Rhonda says? Because I changed my hours back to the 4:30 a.m. streaming. I don't have quite as much time in the morning. I set my alarm for 3:30, so I have a little bit of an hour. I really enjoyed when I was streaming at 6 o'clock. I really enjoyed those couple hours because I still got up at 4:30, and I enjoyed those couple hours to myself. But I don't know, the early 4:30 in the morning streams seem to work for me. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'm just going to clip it off here for my bag. And if Becky ever teaches this concept again, where she has the square corners here, somehow she angles those corners. She might have made a gusset out of this here. I'm just not sure if that's what she did. And she might have made a gusset here out of these sides. But I think I'm just going to stitch mine off here, stitch up there, stitch down here, and stitch up. Now, how I'm going to handle this, because there is a 2-inch, there's a 2-inch margin here before I left enough room. I think Becky put a zipper in hers. And I probably do have probably around a 10-inch zipper. I've all sorts of zippers around here. But if I just stitch like that, it'll make a nice little bag to put my tatting in when I want to carry it. And you aren't seeing the square corners because I'm out of frame, but here are the square corners right in here. And I'm just going to stitch across the bottom and take this part off because I've long forgotten how Becky handled this, and I think it'd be much easier for me. I'll probably get it done if and I'm going to allow the frame to be on the outside. I like that. But before I do all that, since I've learned more slow stitching, in the meantime, I think I'll put some slow stitches in here. This is where we're learning the sashiko, and I made kind of like 1-inch strips. I did very good on that. I wonder if I marked it on the back. And then I just machine stitched on my motifs. This was a stencil that I made. I think Becky made a stamp and I made a stencil. And I have some extra, these I'm going to keep out. I have some extras here. I have some extras. Now this is not, I don't think I put GAC 900 on this. I don't remember if I did or not. But look, I have these extra birds. I've got 4 extra birds, and I've got some extra of this floral that I did. We did this, I think, in a pick 10. And I cut out the floral motifs, which maybe I'll keep doing. So I wanted to show that to you. I'm going to put this in my slow stitch bag, and I'm going to do some more stitching in here. Not a whole lot, because I still want the text to show. This was text fabric that I put it on, and then I just lined it with some floral, looks like curtain or upholstery fabric. So I just wanted to show you that. I'm going to put that in my slow stairs, Becky. Let's see what Becky's in here. She's telling me what to do here with these square bottoms. Let me put the square bottoms up at the top so you guys can see them. Here's the square bottoms. Let's see what she says. I cut 2-inch squares out of each corner, and I think that's what I did. They're 2 inches. 2 inches this way and 2 inches that way. So I'm with her there. But Becky, I'm going to change this. I'm going to change this out. So because of all this fraying, and I just stitched my lining to the back of this when I put on these motifs. It's all stitched in. And I think I'm going to allow my framing to be my fringing to be on the outside, because then when I reach on the inside here, I won't have to deal with all this fuzziness on the seams. because I didn't make the lining a separate piece. That's something I need to experience. And the other thing I think I'm going to do on this is snip off, all I could find at the time were these smile face buttons. And while I don't have anything against smiley faces, I've got 3 on each side, I think I'm going to clip them off and put just regular sewing buttons on there. Coattail, I have buttons here. Well, somewhere. I took them off my desk. But yeah, I think I'm just going to put regular sewing buttons on, maybe bigger buttons. So I'm going to be doing some handwork on this, and maybe I'll finish it out. The learning curve on this will me be putting in the zipper. And I don't think that will be hard. I've put zippers in before, but it's been a long time. But let's go through what Becky said. Yeah, it is lined. I stitched the lining. Becky had asked me if I'm going to line it. I stitched the lining on with the motifs. And I did not make the lining a separate piece going in. That's something maybe I'll attempt on another bag. Not the one the painted fabric that I'm going to do with what you've done recently. I'm going to make a book cover out of it. So these will just be play as you go projects. Just playing as I go. But let's read how she tells us how to do this. Because, let's see. Let me go back to the top where she says she cut 2-inch. I cut 2-inch squares. So I had gotten that far in the instructions. At the bottom. And then she asked me if I'm going to line it. Once you have sewn the sides and the bottom. Oh, you cut them. Well, it doesn't matter. I need to sew the sides, I guess. I already cut my 2-inch. You open the bag and bring the sides to the bottom. Oh, so I'm supposed to sew this together and then open the sides. You open the bag and bring the sides to the bottom, aligning the seams, and then sew across. So this way, I'm trying to figure out how Becky handles this. And then sew across. You know, I could go back and watch the video, but before I even get to that, it won't help me at all to figure this, how she did this here, because I'm going to be doing some more slow stitching on here. And I'll be going through both pieces because I've already attached my lining to. So when I slow stitch on here, I'm going to need a pretty sharp needle. And I did buy some sharps. So, but I wanted to show this. Becky, I think, did you make a pencil bag out of yours? Is that what you ended up doing? I think this bag will be big enough. I'm going to clip this here. I'm going to alter it and clip this part off so that I have just a flat bottom and just sew up the side seams and put in a zipper. And this, I might put some handles on it. I could probably have enough here that it could kind of make, what do they call that, a rice bag? Do you only need 2 tabs for a rice bag? No, I want to put a zipper in. I'll put a zipper in up here. But I'll do some more slow. What I might do, instead of trying to slow stitch in here with all, I might do a couple of motifs, but I have some fabric scraps here someplace. I might just make some slow stitch on some fabric pieces and attach here, rather than trying to do all my stitching in here after I put the lining on it, because it's pretty, this is an upholstery fabric, and to do all the stitching through both of them. And then I would also avoid getting stitches on the inside that might catch whatever I put in it. So I think that's what I'll do. In fact, we might do some of these this morning. But I wanted to show these to you. And look, Becky, remember this bird? Oh, I think I have, what did I do with my other pieces here? I have I don't know what I did with the others. I had 4 of them. They're hiding. They went in the house here. Here they are. I guess I have 5 of them. No, I only have 4. Becky made a stamp, and I made a stencil out of this bird motif. Really fun. So I might do something with these. It'd be fun to use these somehow. I don't know how, but we'll see. That's all in the future. And then I have some more florals that I had painted on. I think at the same, well, this might have been another separate. I might have done these separately. They went on here too. They went in various places. I'm going to snip off these smiley buttons. I'll save them for something else. So I wanted to show that. I had to get out some packing tape yesterday, and I ran across it, and I said, oh, I should put it with my slow stitching. We have some happy mail. By the way, good morning, Becky. Let's see, Rhonda was here. I don't know if she's sticking around. She's a pretty busy lady in the mornings. Mina's here. Oh, she asked Mina how come she's up so early. Mina says, I'm always awake when I get up at this hour, Rhonda. Yeah, Rhonda is, Mina's Mina's 2 hours earlier than I am. Sometimes she's up late. Let's see, this is where Becky said she cuts the 2-inch squares. Mina says, I adjusted my schedule years ago so I could watch Meri. Aw, that's so sweet of you, Mina. And I did line it. Mina says, plus the early, she loves the early morning hours, especially I think in the summertime. Mina is in Arizona, so the early hours are cooler. And then during the hot part of the summer months, I think she sleeps. Kimberly, there's Kimberly. Good morning, Kimberly. Yeah, Becky was showing me how to handle those square corners. I'd have to review that. I can read it, and I kind of pictured in my mind what she's telling me, but I'll have to. I could go back and review her video. It's out there, I'm sure, somewhere. Becky says, good morning, Fibs. She says she's not fully awake yet. Becky said, no, sew both sides and the bottom. Okay. All right. So we're going to do some happy mail here. I got happy mail from, bless her heart, Laura Vasquez. Here's the front of it. She put a beautiful rose die cut on this. Bless her heart. And so let's open it and see what she sent. She's always so sweet to me. Thank you so much, Laura, in advance. She stapled it shut here. And this is just like a paper sack, so I can pretty much tear into this. I don't think I want to remove the staples. I think I can cut this with no problem here. We'll just cut this part of it off. I might have to cut through that tape. And we'll save that rose die cut off of it, because I'll probably throw I'm going to save her address. Let's just cut this off. So this might be a good time to review the events coming up on February 4th on Crafting Mama's channel, CRAFTING Mama's, space Mama's, MAMMAS, is a sale, an auction. Oh, I don't know if it's an auction. I don't know. It's a sale for Janet, however they're going to handle it. Shelley at Crafting Mamas and Malia at Lovely Malia are organizing an art sale where people have donated things, and all the proceeds are going to go to Janet Baum to help support her through this time of, she lost her husband. Well, she didn't lose him. He passed away. He went on to his next journey in life. And I think I'm just going to snip this down here. But this is to help her with expenses that she's incurring, and to cheer her up and to let her know that her art community, Janet has been a mod and still is in a lot of different streams. She knows she has a lot of friends out there. They all love her. So that's going to happen February 4th on Crafty Mama's channel, starting at 12 p.m. noon Eastern. So that's coming up. I will not be streaming next Thursday morning either, because my brother has a doctor appointment and it's an early morning appointment. So that means we're going to be heading out. So don't look for me next Thursday morning. On February 7th, Raul Reynolds and Jasper are having a video collab zine hop, I guess you could call it, where there are 15 minutes of video premieres each segment during the day. He's got a schedule. I don't know if he's posted his schedule yet, but that's February 7th. It's a week before Valentine's Day. So that's going on, and I'm going to be in some of those. You could sign up to 3, and then Raul messaged me and asked me if I'd take another segment. So over the weekend, I'm going to be doing some videos, making zines, Valentine's zines. I have already worked out what I'm going to do for each one, so that won't be much of a problem. I'll be doing that over the weekend so I can get them scheduled and everything. They're only 15 minutes, so it's an hour out of my day. So I'm happy with that. Let's see what Laura sent. I've been keeping you guys in suspense. My chat is stuck here again. Let's see what. Do my chat filter here. My chat on this old laptop does not scroll very good. Kimberly says, good morning, Riri popped in. Hi, Riri. Good morning, Riri. It's good to see you. All right, let's open this up. Oh, she sent me more tape. She knows what I love. Look at this. She sent me more tape. I love it. Bless her heart. I cannot get this retail in my area. They stopped selling it retail, and Laura keeps me supplied with double-sided tape. Bless your heart, Laura. Oh, bless your heart. I'm going to keep her address. She needs to be thanked. Oh, look, she sent a card. Let's open that. And this is a grocery sack. I'm going to save this die cut that she put on front and her address. She deserves a big thank you. I just have not... I've not gotten things out. Boy, look at this. Bless your heart. She sent me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. She sent me 10 packages of it. I really like this, but they don't sell it retail in my area anymore. And I've tried several different Dollar Trees. I don't know. They found out I liked it. They found out I liked it. Let's see, I'm going to put it in this basket behind me, I think. Well, it won't go in there. I'll put it over here. Oh. Thank you, Laura. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Let's look at the card, because she always does beautiful, beautiful artwork. Look what she did. She made a little pocket out of this envelope, and I can put that in my journal. And make sure I got everything. See, I'll just put it in my journal like that. It'll fit in. Look at this beautiful card. It says memory, and she's got a photo there. Beautiful. I should send her some of my lace. That's what I'll do. Just a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful card and a tag. And she says, Meri, thank you so much for all of your inspiration. It's always a hoot to see you live. I'm a hoot. You never know what you're working on. I don't know what I'm working on and what stories you are going to tell. Much love to you. Happy crafting, Laura Vasquez. Bless her heart. Thank you so much, Laura. That is so very sweet. I love how she did this. I'm going to send her some of that lace. Let me make a note to myself here. I'll just write it on here. Send lace to Laura. And that will be as a thank you. She deserves more than that, and I'll put this up here to keep reminding me. I grab for this stuff over here pretty often, so I'll see it. Hi, Little Red Wagon. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning. So, and this is going to go into my journal. I'm going to, my 2024 journal is going to be all one journal this year. And I think I'm going to start out with this. And like I could put her envelope and card right in here. And then I'll just keep adding pages throughout the year. I'm not going to try to do a monthly like I did last year. I divided it into months. I'm just going to make just signatures as I go along, because I'm also working on and we'll work on this today, the scavenger hunt journal, which I've never really done before, but she started out with the alphabet, and that really got me into it. So I'm ready to stamp the D's on here. And I noticed that one of the prompts here is tissue paper. And somebody who sent me this tissue paper, somebody sent me some Happy Mail and included this blue tissue paper. Was that you, Sharon? Somebody included this. So I'm going to use this blue tissue paper. And I have some other out. I had some floating around here. I had some Red Cross tissue paper I might add into that. But I'm not ready to do too much to this right now. And these are my doodle cards. We do those on Sunday evenings. Here's another. This is the signature I'm pulling from. And where's my A's? So I'll have two, it's not signatures, two folios done here. And I happen to be doing them back to back. But it doesn't matter. I could probably go A, C, B, D. I don't know if I'll fold this in or if I'll do them separate like this. I had done them separately. We'll figure that out later. All right. I could probably do this one Midori style too. And I don't think I would have the wobbleness. I might have the wobbleness. I'm dealing with a wobbly journal in my December daily. So I've got two projects right here, the scavenger hunt and the doodles. And I got the new county register. I showed that to you guys. So this kind of all goes together in one pile. And then my journal here. So, thank you, Laura, for the tape. I so appreciated that. Joyce is here. Renee popped in. Kimberly's here. Nina's here. Becky's here. Rhonda's here earlier. I don't know if she's still here. Rhonda comes in and says good morning, but I don't know, has some busy days, but she pops in and says good morning to us. Yeah, I think she's still here. Mina says, that shade of blue tissue is just yummy, isn't it? Yeah. Riri says, Kimberly, isn't that sweet of Laura to send me that? Bless her heart. So they're out there saying good morning. I think what I wanted to do next is make some fabric clusters. And I was going to do these before I thought of maybe putting them on that bag. I have some scrappy scraps here. And I really, I have been busy putting together boxes for Janet's sale. And they'll go out today. I kind of didn't get everything done until yesterday. I had a busy day yesterday. I was busy all day yesterday. I like these blue swatches. How many do I have? I have quite a few. So I've got two sides of my bag. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They'll go good on that bag. 6, 7. I've got quite a few. 8. These are skinnier. 9. There's 8. Now that's not a big bag, so 8 would probably be plenty, but let's see how many I have. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've got 16 swatches. Now I doubt that I use all 16. But we're going to do these. And I'm going to pick out stuff to put on them. Now this, I don't know if I want this hanging on my, that might look nice on there if I kind of maybe stitch down the spokes, because the spokes will get all. But I'm just going to kind of arrange my little scrappies here on here. Let's see what I have. I got a great big piece of ribbon. And some thread here. But yesterday was the design class, the tatting design class. Boy, I'm learning so much in that. I'm enjoying that, but it's in the afternoon for a couple hours and in the evening for a couple hours. So, and then between that and putting everything together and getting it all organized, it'll be a little bit, it'll still get to her next week. I'm hoping it gets to her before the sale. Here's some daisies trim. Let me pull this out. I got it all wadded up in here. Oh, this will be enough to put a daisy on each one. I kind of like that idea. Let's clip these little daisies off. But I have it pretty well. She won't have to sort through everything. I've got it all marked and everything. And I wrote a little separate piece of paper for each one. And I bagged everything. And she pretty much just has to read the paper that I put with each one and sell it. So she might have to look through to find out what's there. I'll make a list of what's in there. But those are going to go out today. This might take me a little time. I might put some fabric behind that, but I'm going to cut these little daisies off. And we won't put all of these on that bag, but I might put maybe 4 or 5 on each side. Will depend. It depends on how I space them around. And these little daisies are stitched on several petals here. 4 or 5 petals when they're attached. Well, this one's only attached on 3. That other one's attached on more. 2. This one's only attached on 2. They should all be. So, no, I think 3. Come on. Boy, it's warm in here this morning. I've got long sleeves on too. And this top that I'm wearing is a nice kind of a faux suede, not suede. I don't know what kind of a fabric it is. It feels suede, but it's not suede. It's a soft brushed fabric. Whoops. Oh, it's attached over here. Hold on. These are not the easiest to get off, to separate. It's attached in several places. And boy, I'll tell you, I'm not going to buy any more of that coffee. I must have got the strong blend because, man, it leaves a nice aftertaste in my mouth. I can only drink a few swallows and I'm tasting it for the next couple hours. And I even put cream in it. I like cream in my coffee. It's a hazelnut coffee. That's why I bought it. I'm going to take this off because I want these all the same. I'll just set it there for now. And let's make these a little bit shorter so that it's easier for me to handle. So we're looking forward to Janet's sale. And Becky, have you read your messages from me? I'm wondering if you're ignoring my request. Facebook messages. You go read that and answer me, please. I have a feeling that she's ignoring it. And for not to be mean. Not to be mean, but ooh, maybe a piece of this coral underneath one of the underneath these. That would be fun. That's probably what I'll do, and that the coral will make it match the bag. So I'm just going to play. Maybe I'll do a scavenger hunt page. I might do a watercolor this morning. This is Friday morning, and I can go until 10, but I'll probably end it at 9 this morning because I still have some. I've got everything packed and separately and everything, but I need to pack up those boxes. So when my brother goes to the mail, to the post office this morning, I'll ride along with him and get those boxes sent out. Rhonda says, good morning, everyone coming in. Sorry, I had to step away. Well, we understand, Rhonda. Rhonda's a busy lady in the mornings. Are you still teaching, Rhonda? The other person that we have that teaches and grades papers and whatever is Chris. I think Chris teaches at the college level, if I remember right. Our Chris down in Mexico. Dee Dee calls her Chris K. Because I can't pronounce her last name. I guess it's in Spanish. But I'll butcher it up if I try to pronounce it. Renee says, I never buy flavored coffee. I'd rather have flavor in the creamer. Yeah. Well, I kind of agree. But it's hard. I don't buy the International Delight stuff. And that creamer has sugars in it that I don't put sugar in my coffee. I just put half and half. I just put half and half in my coffee. But usually my coffees, when I buy them, are not that strong, and I think I probably picked up a bold or a really bold flavor. It's hazelnut, and I just grabbed it because I always have to search for my hazelnut, and I found it, and I grabbed it, and I didn't look to see how strong it was. And I can stand strong coffee, but I don't know. I've been drinking the regular stuff, and boy, I'll tell you, I can tell the difference. I taste that strong stuff all day. I'm going to have enough here, I believe. I won't have enough to do the smaller pieces, but that's okay. And these are right here. This one, these seem a little lighter to me, but it may be how the light's hitting them. And I'll have one extra that I'll probably put on that. And I left my little pins out in the living room, so I'm going to access Penelope's pins. I was thinking of doing a slow stitch outfit for Penelope that she can put on and take off. And by the time I get it done, it'll probably be spring. So we might design a spring outfit, maybe an Easter outfit for Penelope. Maybe it's the season. I would do a Valentine one, but that's not going to happen before next month. I got too much on my desk. But I think I'm just going to do an overlay, a little gathered overlay on her. Take all these pins out here and just do a little gathered overlay on this that I can put on and take off. And maybe I'll give her an Easter hat to match. And during the seasons, like when summer comes, we'll give her a summer outfit. And I don't guarantee they'll all be slow stitched, but we're going to have some fun with Penelope. We're going to dress her up for the seasons. One more here. And these, I think I'm just going to hold back. Come on, get off of my hand. We'll just hold those back. So I've got 3, 6, 9, 12. I could put 6 on each side and kind of space them around. I kind of like that. And then I think I'm going to take some of this coral ribbon that was probably a scarf because it's really frayed, which I like, but it catches on everything here. Let's just pull. It even catches on my scissors. I like the fraying, but man, it gets a little messy. Pull some of these threads off. Oops. I knocked some papers down. What were they? I don't think they were important. They were over here. I'll pick them up later. Let's see. This piece I'm going to cut off by itself. We'll give it a good length here. And let me get this down in my lap because it's still catching on to stuff. I've got a lot of threads on this, but I think it'll just add a touch of color. So I want to make sure I got a pretty long piece, so I think I can get 16 out of this just going down. But let's take a flower here and measure. So I want 16 about that size. And it doesn't have to be. And I knock things off with my sleeves. And I'll just work down This was definitely probably a scarf because it's pretty frayed. There's two. Oh, man. All these threads coming off of it. Three. Four. Five. I'm hoping that I'll get 16 out of this. 6. 7. And there's probably easier ways to do this, but I'm into this now. 8. I don't know if I'll get another 8 out of this or not. If I don't, I won't put as many squares on it. 9. And let's put 8 of them down and here and do it this way. So this one is 9. Yeah, thread hanging off of my scissors. 10. I might just have enough. 11. 12. 'I think I'm just going to have enough. 13. Wow, how does that work out? I might have one extra. 14. 15 and 16, and we'll save this little piece in case I miscounted. It's kind of wrinkly. I think I just made it. Whew, it's warm in here. I'm right above that furnace. I'm going to put it back over there. All right, so let's put these on. And that's all I think I'm going to put on these. I've got those little red buttons. They might look nice. I've got some extra little red buttons I was going to use on that second button card, but I might put black buttons on there instead. I think those little red buttons would look nice in here. We'll get those out. And I might put these on that. I could put it on my, instead of the bag, I was planning on maybe putting it on the bag. It might look good on my book cover. I wouldn't need all 16 of them. I'll make 16 and then I'll decide. And then I could put any extras that I have. Let me throw the scraps away. I'm going to have to roll up my sleeves. Man, it's warm in here. Don't have to worry about freezing cold in this room. I have to unbutton my sleeve. Hold on. I might have to go change into a cooler top. I'm just sweating to beat all get out. I can't get it unbuttoned with my button's pretty stubborn. Small buttonhole. This is a nice, it's a nice top, but man, me roll up my sleeves. Don't know if that'll help, but it may help me keep me from knocking things off with these cuffs. Let's see if I can get this other one unbuttoned. Tiny buttonholes. I guess that's to hold the button in once you get it in. There. Whew. I might have to go in and change to a t-shirt. We'll see how I survive. One more roll of the sleeve. Alrighty. Now let's continue. Let's just take these off. Let's do it production style here. Those threads catch on to everything. Becky's going to switch to another device and go sit in the recliner. Let's see. Hi, Pam. Stitch It, Pam. Hey, did you guys realize that it was made by Pam's birthday yesterday? I caught it on Facebook. Wish her a happy birthday if you see her. I don't catch everybody's birthday because I don't think everybody has their birthday. I don't think mine shows up. I put it in there, but I don't think mine shows up. For some reason, someplace in there a few years ago when I still lived in Madison, I think I changed it to not show my birthday. And I don't think that setting got reset when I wanted to show it. Somehow. Oh, I've got more than I need. I must have miscounted. That's okay. We'll use them on other swatches. Maybe those extra ones over there. But we're going to do these first. Hold on. Oh, that's the wrinkly one. Let's get one that's not so wrinkly. Maybe that one. Still pretty wrinkly. Come on, Meri. There. Aren't those pretty? I think that little bit of color pop under it really makes the daisies pop out. Oops. Hold the phone. Renee says, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Now, Stitch It Pam is different than, it's not Stitch It Pam's birthday. It's made by Pam's birthday. They're two separate ladies. It took me a while to remember that. Pam is a pretty common name. All right, now I have these little red buttons over here. And I think I have enough of them. I put them in a little baggie. So I could use the darker ones because, well, I think I'll use all of them. I don't think I have enough. I think I'll use the lighter ones. Probably go with the coral better. Oh, let's just dump them out over. Well, no, I'll put them back. Let's just dump them. No, I don't need that dark one. Little red button in there. Oh, yeah. They're different size. Some of them are smaller. These are tinier, and some of them are larger. And I'll center these before I stitch them down. Some of these pieces aren't centered here. Once it's down, it's down. There we go. Tiny stuff. My hands and tiny stuff don't always get along. Yeah, I think I'll put, well, I won't need them all for my book cover. My book cover is, I think, 5.5 by 7.5 or 7 3/4. So I would probably, at the most, need, probably because of the other motifs on there, maybe 2 on the front and 2 on the back, maybe 1 on the spine. So maybe say 5 of these for my book cover and 5 for the bag, because I've got other motifs on my bag too. But I am liking these. And you know what? These are just things that I've collected along the way. The denim I probably bought at the thrift store at one time or another. I have a bunch of this denim. Not a bunch, maybe a couple yards of it. And not 10 or 20 yards. When I say a bunch, 2 yards is a bunch to me. Because I don't sew clothing. I just use it for my craft. And when I say on the bag, I mean the bag that I showed this morning, the peacock bag. I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll have some extra left. I don't know. I might have enough to make a bag out of that extra. We'll see. Before I put these on the peacock bag, I'm going to save out 5 for the book cover. And that leaves me another 5. I might make another bag out of what's left out of my fabric. Now, I don't have any more of those little daisies, I think. So I'm going to put this and these buttons back in this little bag and these squares. And maybe when I get to, it will be down the road. Because I'm not even planning on having my book cover. Becky's probably about, she showed her bag on, she did a short, I think, where she showed where she's nearly finished on her bag that she's making out of that pattern. Oh, it's so nice. It's a nice bag. And, but my book cover, I'm not even planning on having it done till December, if I even get it done then. But it is going to hold the, and I don't have it out, it's in my stitch, my slow stitch box that's out in the other room, but I have my pages. The cover that I'm making out of the fabric, painted fabric that Becky did, is going to hold my pages for the slow stitching that I'm doing with K3N cotton cloth tails. So I'm just kind of getting this all out of the way for now. And in fact, let's put all these reluctantly, because I'd like to do more, but we'll get it out again. We're going to put all these scraps. Look at this cluster that I made. Isn't that cool? It's got a, and I could hang, well, no, it's got chains hanging off of it here. That's a cool cluster. I'll have to find something cool to put that on. But in the meantime, it's just all bunched up in these scraps. I got a pretty piece of applique here. I don't know, did you see that cluster? Did I hold it in frame? Now let me hold it up again. How I had it, like that. And then it's got chains hanging down here that has thread caught in it. Something like that. And I've got this applique. The applique won't go under it, but isn't that pretty? And then I just got a bunch of fabrics stuff that I use in my slow stitching. And then I've got another bag that holds all my little clippings like that. We're going to keep this red thread out. I'm hoping I can use that embroidery thread. So if I get these things off my desk, I'll have room to work. I'm going to kind of roll those into a piece there. Let's just snip it. And let's put my scissors away. And these are extra pages that I cut for my book, I think. And I haven't cut them yet. I'm thinking about using walnut spray and stencils on this, on my next signature. My signatures, I think, are just going to be 2 pages, because that will be 8 when I'm done. It'll be 8 weeks. And that gets pretty thick. I could put another page in there, but these I didn't. I'm just going to leave plain. These I think I'll spray, and they look like they're a little smaller. I might try to find something else, or maybe put them this way. We'll have to figure it out. But I think I'm going to dye this signature. All right. So I'm going to push these up and work on these one at a time. To my thread over here. And we'll see where did this little red button go to that one. Yeah, the buttons are loose. And we'll just put them up above, and I'll work on this one. So I want to center this. And I'm just going to take a couple of snips through the stitches through the button. I'll need a pretty tiny needle. I did bring in my needle threader because I know. Maybe bring that down just a teeny bit. I think that's good. And I think my little peacemaker needle will. This needle book came from, except for the bobby pin. Bobby pin's just keeping my ribbon that I'm keeping. I'm going to use peacemaker needles. I keep 2 of them over here toward the back. And I think they're small enough to go in. I'm going to put it there for now, and I'm going to use this red thread. And I'm just going to use 1 strand. I think I've used this. It's got twisted in here with other threads. That scarf fabric, boy, let me tell you, it just clings to everything. And it gets tangled up in there, tangles everything up. It just irritates me. But I like it. That's fabric there. Let's see if I can get this off. I might try to clip it right there. Get it. Throw that away. It can find something in the trash sack to cling on to. And this is a pretty long piece of thread. It's probably about 3 feet long. And I'm just going to use 1 strand. Yeah. Come on. I should be able to pull one strand out of here. Be good. Be good. It wants to bunch up on me. Probably could cut this in half. There, I've got one strand here. You guys, oh, what'd I do? Break it? Looks like I broke it. Probably because, look, another piece of that scarf. Well, let's see what I can get here. Yeah, it broke in here. Maybe I should cut this in half. It's a yard wide. Let's cut this in half. It's too long to fool with. That's one reason why you can't get it pulled out. It's so long, and it bunches up as you go down. And I'm just kind of fluffing. You guys know this technique. You kind of fluff the ends to separate the strands, the plies. This is 6 ply. I think I've already used 2 out of here. How I got it out, I don't know. Trying to get one. Come on, fluff up. So I can get a hold of one. I can't see for the black tabletop. There we go. And then you just kind of, it isn't cooperating with me. This thread is wanting to bunch up, even on a shorter piece. There we go. Got a lot of twist in it. All right, you probably can't see it. I probably should put a white paper down underneath. Let's turn this one upside down, and there we go. And I don't know, this has a pretty big eye, but I think I'm just going to use my needle threader this morning. I might be able to see it. Let's try it. I can see the eye and I can see the thread, but making that thread go through the eye is another story. I got it. And I'm not going to worry about how it looks on the back because I'm going to stitch these down. So right now, I'm just going to take these 2 off. Worked so hard to get them together. And I just want to put a little stitch here in the center. It's just easier for me to get this started when it's one piece. This morning, especially when I'm doing it in front of you guys. Because I'm working away from my eyes. I'm going to leave a little piece hanging here. I can always snip that off if I want. And I'm just going to make a little knot here on the back. When I do that, I usually try to hold on to that tail, or I pull it out while I'm doing this. And make a little knot in there. Now I'm going to come in and put in these pieces. Maybe one at a time. What's the fold? Do not fold on me. Maybe right there. Pretty centered. It doesn't have to be perfect. And we'll just go through it. Once I get the button on through two of the, it goes pretty fast. So we're just going to put that on. Then we're going to put our flower on. And I'm going to go through one of the center ones. Maybe I should try to go through the center. Will it go through? No, I don't think it'll go through that. It's pretty well. Well, it did. I went right through the center spot there. My needle. Now we're going to go add the button. And once I get it through 2, then it'll be much easier. Maybe here, hold on. Now, come on, get in there. There. There we go. Oh, I'm liking that. Now it's just a matter of poking it in and poking it in and getting it through the other 2. And this is easier where you can get it up to your face where you can see what you're doing. Get it up to my bifocals. Now, see, it's pretty centered on there. Now it's just a matter of stabilizing it if I can. See if I can't go through that other hole there. Well, we'll go through that one. It's hard to see when you're coming up from the back which hole you're going to hit. And I don't know if I have enough thread for all 16 of them. I'll stop if I don't. Come on, get in there. Where are you at? Where's my needle? It's right there. I want it in this one. He's not finding it. All right, be stubborn. Come on. Don't try so hard. My needle's coming through. He can't find the, there he goes. All right, I think I'll stop there because this is just a cluster. If I were sewing a button on a coat, I might keep going, make it really sturdy, but I want some of this thread for my next button. And we'll just tie it off in here. And snip it off. And I might snip this one a little just to, there we go. Cute little cluster. Yeah, that one's done. Let's grab another one. So let me take a minute and get a drink of water and look at chat, refresh my chat, and we'll move on to the next one. Let me get a drink of water here. I got that coffee taste in my mouth. There's Dee Dee. Hi, Dee Dee. Good morning, lady. Oh, that was good. Good old drink of water. Let me refresh my chat so that I can see my most recent messages. And we'll do a little chatting here. Let me get the finished one out here so you can see what I'm doing. I'm making these little clusters. They're going to go on my stitch cover, my book cover, and they're going to go on my bag, one of my bags. I haven't decided if I'm going to take the rest of that fabric and try to make a bag out of it, because all that fabric that I painted with Becky, just here recently. I won't need it all for the book cover, so we'll see. Maybe I'll make a coordinating bag for the book to fit in. I don't know. Let's see. I'm down at the bottom. Rhonda says, poor hubby has a lack of good sleep headache. Oh no. Our son woke him up once earlier and now wants to be awake for the day. Oh, he needs to go back to bed and skip the day. I bet he can't do that though, huh? Aw, needs a big old cup of black coffee. Let's see, Dee Dee said, I just saw your Facebook, Beck. And then she's giggling. Becky did something funny. Becky has, what is that icon? I can't tell on my tablet. Dee Dee says, life is good. Life is good. Rhonda says, not one more activity, Beck. What did Becky say? Becky said, I have coffee in one hand and a phone in the other and a Howie's in my lap. And Renee says, Renee, whose little red wagon, says, not one more activity, Becky. The hippie is looking too. What is Meri making? I love it. Right now I'm making little clusters. These little fabric clusters. They're going to go on that book cover that I'm making out of the fabric that I painted with Becky here a week or so ago. And they're also going to go maybe on a bag if I get that far. I should slow stitch around them. Wouldn't that be fun? Just take not the thread I have here, but take a thread and just do a running stitch, especially for the ones on the book cover. We'll see. I've got to get them done first. This is where they're saying good morning to Dee Dee. Renee says, all of you sewing ladies just amaze me. I can mend and sew super simple stuff, but you ladies are always making beautiful things. I'll bet you say your stuff is simple. I'll bet you make beautiful things too, Renee. I'm just betting that you do. I'm just betting. I'll bet my morning coffee on it. Becky said she's typing on her phone. Let's see, Renee says, our son is medically fragile and complex, so he really only goes for rides in the car or goes to doctor appointments. Aw, hugs to you, Renee. Hugs to you. You know, when you have a family that has a family member that has medical issues, that's also a strain and a stress on you. It is on the whole family. And God bless you, Renee. God bless the families who have those challenges in life. Bless your heart, Renee. Becky said she finished her stitch bag yesterday and then made 2 tote bags. Oh my gosh. Becky is just a sewing fiend, isn't she? She's the little pink rabbit of sewing. She says, I finished my stitch bag yesterday, and it is beautiful. It was almost finished when I saw the short that you put up. You had clips up around the top of it. I think you were needed to finish off the top for some reason. Becky said she finished her stitch bag yesterday and made 2 tote bags out of the squares from the Goodwill bins. Oh my goodness sakes. She said, I will be doing a hashtag Friday Sews later today. So watch from Becky. I think she'll be doing, I don't know if she's going to do a live stream or a video, but probably a live stream, hashtag Friday Sews. And remember, Made by Pam, she also does a hashtag Friday Sews. And I haven't seen one from Kathy Cowell from a long time. She was doing Friday Sews. But watch for that from Becky. I have a hunch she'll be showing off her bags. Bless her heart. And you know, in addition to all that she just told us about, she crocheted 3 bags to donate to the sale that's coming up for Janet Baum. And let's talk about that for a minute since you guys are in here. There's Crafting Mamas, Shelley at Crafting Mamas is going, and Lovely Malia are going to hold a sale on February 4th at 12 p.m. Eastern on Crafting Mama's channel. And they're going to be selling items that have been donated, art stash and art supplies that have been donated, and 100% of the proceeds are going to go to Janet Baum to support Janet. Janet's husband passed away a few days ago, so she's still grieving. Let's just, when you see, Janet was in Becky's stream Wednesday, was it? I think. And it was so good to see her. Janet has been a mod in many of our streams over the past at least 7 years, because I've been streaming for 7 going on 8 years. And she's a mod in several of the streams. She runs a little Facebook Messenger group, and she's in several of the groups on Facebook. So when you see her online, be sure to say hello to her, send her some hugs and prayers, and tell her that you're thinking of her. She's going through a pretty rough time right now, so let's just send her our love and our support. And then the other thing I want to cover, as long as I'm doing announcements again, Raul and Jasper are having a collab video premiere zine. I'm going to call it a hop. I don't know if they call it a hop. But Raul has worked up a schedule, and that will be on February the 7th. And the theme is Valentine. I'll be doing some premieres in there. I'm going to be working on them this weekend because I want to get all this other stuff off my desk. So don't forget that. That's coming up on February 7th. It's the week before Valentine's Day. So that will be fun. So those are the 2 things that I know about right offhand. Let me go up and chat here. Keep on reading. I stopped at where Becky said she finished her bag. Renee says, not much of life has changed for us since the start of the pandemic. Hubby still works from home 100% of the time, and I have several physical health issues. So delivery is our best option. I think she's talking about things delivered to her house. Kimberly says she loves the clusters. Thank you, Kimberly. Pam says, Renee, it's so convenient. We have an elderly mom. And good morning, Stitch It, Pam. Good to see you. Is this Pam? No, this isn't. It's the other. Made by Pam had a birthday yesterday. But Stitch It, Pam says, we have an elderly mom set up with Walmart Instacart, and they deliver directly to her apartment. Isn't that nice? That's nice. We're way out in the boondocks, so we're lucky to have a grocery store. We didn't have a grocery store for several months, and boy, I'll tell you, we missed it. My brother, we usually buy our meats and our vegetables, in not here, but it's at a regional grocery store that my brother likes. But we buy our milk and bread and things that we need. Just, if we need something, I'll say, would you pick up some Tylenol for me? I haven't even opened that. One day I had a little bit of a headache. I don't get headaches very often, but that day I had a headache, and he bought it for me, and the headache went away, and I never even opened the bottle. Let's see. My brother is my delivery man. When he goes to town, now I'm going with him to the post office today, but usually when he goes, he watches his Price is Right, and then by 11 o'clock, that's all over with, and he'll go and get his paper every day. And he's kind of my mailman. I don't have to go out in this cold weather, thank goodness. Renee says, happy birthday to you. This is where I think I'm caught up with chat. Pam says, I hate grocery shopping as well. I order all my groceries from Walmart online, and hubby does the drive up after work. And Walmart bring my order out and put it in the trunk. You don't have to go in the store. Becky says, be right back. I'm going to switch to another device. So I think I'm pretty well caught up with chat. Let's go down to the bottom. Renee says, I love bloomers, overalls, one-piece jumpers, oversized sweaters, etc. I don't wear shorts, so I don't have to worry about that part of the outfit. Renee says, I made bloomers from vintage sheets, Joyce. Joyce, did I say good morning to you? Joyce says, Renee, do you make skirts out of your jeans? I have once, Joyce. Oh, there's Nikan. Hi, Nikan. Anika. Good morning, good morning, good morning from Sweden. Happy Friday to you. The weekend's right around the corner. Well, it's here. If you count Friday as a weekend. People back in when I worked, Friday, well, depending on where I worked, some days had 4-day work weeks. You would get, you'd alternate your weeks. One week you'd get a 4-day week, and then the next week you'd work clear through, and then the next weekend you'd get a 4-day weekend. Good morning, Nikan, Anika. I think her name is really, if I remember right, and I'm going to say Anika, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, but I think Nikan was the name of a cat, if I remember right. Do I have that straight in my head? You can fill me in if I'm wrong. And Becky is talking about the bags that she made for, I said bags, the baskets. She said there really are baskets, not bags. I think she's talking about the ones she contributed to the sale. I'm getting my sale stuff out today. I have 2 boxes to send to her. It's 2 medium-sized boxes. And some of it is well, all of it is unused, except for the art pieces. I contributed some art pieces. I showed my little doodle dolls, but the fabric's not used. I included swatches of that lace that I have, those big rolls of lace, in almost every package. So everybody who buys will get some lace, I think, except for a couple of things that were paper items. I didn't put lace in those, but all the art pieces have lace in them. So I think I contributed a good amount. I don't have a huge inventory of stash that's, unused and can be contributed. And I was going to send one of my brother's pop can airplanes, but I decided not to because they kind of have to have special. I can send them to Shelley all packed up nice, but they kind of have to have special packing. So, and I don't want to burden Shelley with that. I could send it from home. But the other thing was, I was looking on eBay, and usually those airplanes go for more than what they're selling out there now. I think the prices have kind of come down, and I think my brother's airplanes are worth more than a couple dollars. So, not that they wouldn't sell better for Shelley's sale, but I don't want anybody to say, oh, I could have gotten that on eBay for, a lesser amount. So I decided not to send one of those. I'll wait till the prices come up. I lost the button off of this. Oh no, he's just floating down. Come on, little button, you get back up there. So I think I'm caught up with chat. They're saying good morning to... No, Nikan is a nickname my friend gave to me. Oh, it's not a name of your cat. That must have been somebody else I'm thinking of. Sorry. You're a cat, Nikan. She said, no, Nikan is a nickname my friend gave to me. And I'm probably mispronouncing both of her names because I do rotten on names. I apologize. My real name is it Annika or Anika? Oh, Anika, and you pronounced it correctly. Okay. It's a pretty name. I like it. All right. So let's put this one together. I'm slow stitching little pieces for these are going to go on my, I think I have enough single thread here to do another button. I'm slow stitching little clusters that I'm going to use on my book cover and on, and you know what? These have the buttons on it, so that counts for the button patch, the button prompt. Becky had a button prompt, and I was going to hunt up buttons to put on there, but I've got buttons right here. So we solved another prompt, Becky. I might put a couple other buttons. I'm going to snip for those of you who just came in, I'll show it because let me just set this out of the way. Whoops. So I lost that other button. He flew off over in here someplace. I was going to move it. Here he is. Let me set this up. I want to show this other piece of fabric that I showed it earlier, but this is the painted fabric that I did with Becky several months ago. Let me move this a little bit. Let me move it completely off or I'll mess those up. And I'll just move these out of my way. They need to be moved anyway. And I won't get all these done here. I'll just stitch on them while I'm chatting with you guys. This is going to be kind of a chat stream, I think. I might at one point put these away, set them aside, and I won't get to work on them this morning because I have to finish those packages. I have to tape them up and everything, but I'll work on what I don't get done. I'll put all of these in an envelope and work on them when I can. All right. This is the bag. I was showing it earlier this morning that I had done with Becky several months ago. And I had this made a stencil out of this, and Becky made a stamp out of it. And this was actually on a ribbon. And I was cutting my stencil, and while I was doing that, I had the ribbon over here, and I wasn't even aware that Becky was looking at that ribbon, and she made a stamp. But see, I've got smiley face buttons on here. I think these are little round sunshine smiley faces. I'm going to take them off and just put regular buttons on here because I think that I'm going to make I should put some tatting on here. I should do some strips of tatting because I think I'm going to make this out of a bag to keep my tatting in. So when I move between rooms, of course, when I move between rooms, I move everything. But I buy these needles, and I could put a needle and a shuttle and maybe a little skein of floss that I'm working on. We're doing that hat now, and it's going to take me forever to get that hat done, but I'm learning. And then let me turn this around upside down. We were talking about this because the way Becky had taught this, she cut 2-inch pieces out of here, and she was telling me this morning how to handle this. But I think what I'm going to do, since it's already lined, I made my lining a part of the inner part of the bag. And instead of trying to turn these edges and make seams, because I'd have all that fraying on the inside, and if anything I put in there would probably get caught on this, I think I'm just going to stitch around my seams, and I'm going to undo my threads here and end them down here, so I won't be cutting them off. I'll take them apart, and I'll have enough to make a knot on each one of these. And then I'm just going to stitch right across there on the outside. And I might try to, I don't know if this will fray. I think the fraying actually comes from the inner piece down here. I don't think my cotton is fraying much. It's the upholstery fabric that's fraying, but I kind of like the fraying. And now that I'm talking to you guys about it again, since I'm going to use this for tatting, I think I'll do some tatted, maybe not every other, maybe I'll do a stitch in here, do a little piece of tatting, skip 2, do some tatting, add a tatting, skip 2, add tatting, skip 2, add tatting. And then let me turn it around again. It's the same on the front as it is on the back. This is the back. And I had, let me bring it up. I'm gonna mess all of these up. I've already messed these up. Where's the little, I've lost the little flower to it. It's here somewhere. It didn't get caught on this. I don't know what happened to my little flower. I'll find it. But I machine stitched the little fabric pieces on here, and these were painted flowers that I fussy cut out. We did I don't know if I did that separately or with Becky. I can't remember. A little piece of painted fabric that I painted these flowers on, and I fussy cut those out and some little diamond pieces here, and then I put the buttons on it. But my favorite is the bird in the center. And then I don't want to put that back up there because my keep losing stuff. I don't know what happened to my little flower. He's gone. He's gone. I knew I'd lose something doing this. But I have to see, here's the fabric that I painted. And I think I probably did this with Becky. I got the little black dots, black lines, paint. And I do not think I added GA. I did this on canvas. I did not, this would make a nice little needle book, wouldn't it? I could make a needle book out of this to put keep my crochet hook and my needles in. Not my, well, I could make it to fit my tatting needles, make it fairly long, and put some cotton batting in there to hold my tatting needles. I might do that. Just stitch it, well, not up there. Just make a little journal out of a little needle book. Maybe stitch around the edge and inside, do some stitching on it. I think I can in this area in here, which is not as thick. I don't know if that's sprayed. I think it's just water-based in here. Water-based acrylic, craft paint. But in here it gets pretty thick. I don't know if I'll stitch in there. I might be able to stitch around if I stitch. But I probably won't. I might add some stitching around in here. Make me a needle book out of that. And then we have the little peacocks, and I'm not sure, I call them peacocks. They look like peacocks to me, or turkeys, but I'm going to call them peacocks. See, this fabric was cut out of a larger piece of fabric that we had collaged on, because see, there's text in there. And I see here where this piece needs to be glued down. And I just stamped them, or stenciled them. I got 4 of them. Where's the other one? I lost a bird. Here he is. He's in here. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do to these. One of them could go on my needle book. If I think I have enough room to put one on here. Just barely. But I could put one on here. I'd cover up all my flowers. But I kind of like the idea of doing it because it matches the bag. Which one would I want? Maybe that white one. Kind of like that one with it. Or the red and blue one. That one's, I think I like this one with it. I think I'll make a needle book to hold my tatting needles. But they'll have to be extra needles because this is just, I'll make me a carry-all bag if I want to go out tatting. Or I could just keep this out with my tatting. But right now all my needles are in a little plastic case. The only thing is, when I do something like this, I have to be sure my needles won't slip out. I have a hard time. I'm always buying new tatting needles. I was thinking maybe that flower got caught on here somehow, but I sure don't see it. I don't see it. This is the lining. It's just a floral upholstery. And of course now I'm losing my thread. I'm missing my little flower. I'm so worried about my little flower. I don't know what happened to him. He didn't go underneath. I probably knocked him off. Maybe I'll find another one to put on there. He'll be an oddball out. Or I might have an extra flower that I put in that bag. All right, so let me get this back out and come out and chat. And while I'm chatting to you, I'm going to be stitching on these. I do at one point, I think I'm going to put all of these away. And we'll just finish this one, and then I'll move on to the scavenger hunt journal, because this is almost too slow to do online. You'll see me do 2 of them. And I really need to get more thread. So let me finish these 2. But while I'm out here, do I have my bags out here? Or did I take them in the other room? I took them in the other room. Well, do I have an extra bag? I took them in the other room while I was putting stuff together. Let me think a minute. Maybe I'll just put those in an envelope. Let me grab an envelope. Because I don't want to go back in the other room and get my bag. We'll just put them in here for now. But you can see the things that I'm working on. And the buttons will all fall off in their own world, but I'll rescue them again, hopefully. This is almost too slow to do in a stream because it takes a while. When they say slow stitching, they mean slow. And I am extra slow. I'm not a fast crafter. I'm not fast at what I do. I lost a button there, or did I put it in? I've got extra buttons. I'm not too worried about it. I've got 1 extra flower, I think, too. But I'm going to seal this envelope when I get these 2 done. I'm going to seal it so I don't lose anything out of it. All right. Let me put my needle threader back up there. I can lose things just by leaving them alone. Let me refresh chat again and come out and see what you guys are talking about. I always have to refresh my chat. And I have to go to that chat filter now to refresh it. That's the extra clicks. All right. Becky said, if you cut the bottom off, you will lose a lot of internal space. That's something to think about. Especially if I'm going to put a ball of thread in there. If I was just putting a fabric and needles and that in there, it would be okay. But even the smallest little balls that you buy at Hobby Lobby, I think you can get size 12 10, 8 and 3, 5 maybe. You can't get the finer threads, but you can buy them in small DMC skeins, and they're probably, maybe that round and that thick. And then you can get the larger, and then the huge ones, I probably will not be putting a huge one in there. Put a little bit smaller one in there. But Becky's has a point. If I cut off the bottom, I'll lose some internal space. Becky, before I cut the bottom, I'll go review your video. I think I can find it. I think you probably have it in a playlist. If you don't have it in a playlist, I'm pretty sure you got it in. I'm pretty sure I can find it where you did that square, because I know I cut the 2-inch squares. I got that far. But I did not, I still want to stitch on the outside. Can I do the squares and keep the bottom and still have the Fran stitch it on the outside instead of the inside? You know what I should do is just get a piece of muslin and cut it, the squares like Becky has shown, and do a practice piece before I use mine. She says, yes, you can. That's good news. That's good news, because I don't want to tuck all those frayed ends inside and then have them get all tangled and frayed with whatever I put in there. Thank you for telling me that, Becky. That's a very good point, because I know I will at least want to be putting the medium-sized ball, not the smaller, well, probably smaller ones, but the medium size, because we're working on that hat. And I don't know if I'll ever get the hat all done. It's a large project, because you're making motifs to go around the rim of the hat. I mean, around the flap of the hat and the rim of the hat and the top of the hat. But even if I don't get it all done, I mean, I'm way behind everybody else, because they're fast. They're experienced tatters. And I'm learning. And not only am I learning, like this semester, I'm calling them semesters because she takes breaks throughout. This semester, what I'm learning is I had to review how I was doing the mock tatting stitch, and I was doing it wrong. I knew what I was doing, and I knew what I wanted to do, but my technique was wrong. I forgot. And once I went back and watched the video, Katia would appreciate hearing this. Once I went back and reviewed the video, I go, oh, I see what I need to do. And so I just follow what she did in the video, and my mock stitch came out nice. So, but what I'm learning this time is the chained, the split chain. That's a new technique to me. And I still need to watch the video on that. I understand what they're doing, because she demonstrated in her online class that she had on Tuesday, and I understood what she did, but she's using the shuttle, and Katia says that the needle tatters do it differently. So I need to go back and review the needle tatter video to see how to do the split chain. That's still a to-do for me. And but I was thinking, since that's going to take several motifs for both the brim and the I guess this would be the brim, the part going around, and then the flap. It's going to take several motifs. And I'm slow. I'm a slow tatter, because not only am I learning new techniques like the split chain, I am also, in quotes, graduating. I'm using school terms here. I'm back in school. I'm graduating from using a size 10 thread, which is a thicker thread, to up to a higher count, which is thinner, to a 20. And it's a little bit thinner thread, so it feels different even with my needle tatting. And I'm finding that I just have to get used to the feel of it. I'm so used to holding wider and thicker threads, because that's what I've been using as I'm learning. But I want to graduate, especially with my needle tatting, to a higher count thread, so that I'm comfortable doing some of the nicer things. The 20 is still considered to be a pretty, by people who use 40, 50, 60, 80, 120 counts, which are really thin. By the time you get up to 120 size thread, you've got a really, really thin thread. This I would say is probably even thinner than a size 20. A size 20 thread might be a little bit thicker than this. But the size, now this, what I have here is a sport weight yarn. It's a sport weight, probably a sock yarn, because it's not applied. It's kind of a, oh, I wouldn't call it woolen even. It's not applied thread, but it's still sport weight. And that's even thicker. I have tatted with this because I like the feel of it in my hand when I'm learning stitches and everything, because I can see what's going on. When you start using these thinner threads, and this is needle tatting I'm talking about, not shuttle tatting. When you start using these thinner threads, you have to, if you make a mistake, you know, if you get a little knot in there, you have to really look at what you're doing, and you have to figure things out. So if I don't get that entire hat done, and I probably won't, to be honest with you, because I'm slow. I'm handling all of this new stuff to me. But I'm learning along the way, and that's the point. If I can get enough motifs done to go around the brim of the hat, I have a straw hat. I have a straw hat that I could probably just decorate with the piece going around. And then this coming session, you got me, I'm off on talking about tatting. In the next week, she's going to teach us dimensional florals to put on, attached to the hat. So I'm miles behind everybody else. There are a lot of experienced people in there who have been tatting for years and years. And I'm in my second year now, but I'm still learning. I'm learning new techniques. I'm knowing that, just like with that mock stitch, just because you learn it last year and you've accomplished it, doesn't mean by the time you get to this year, you can do it again without going back and reviewing it. So, you know, somebody who's stitched for years or tatted for years, that's old news to them. I mean, they talk about, oh, let's just do the mock stitch there. And, you know, they have it down. I'm still getting things down. So I was going to review my chat here. I'm just going to start at the point where I'm at. The flower may have landed in your lap. It may have, or it might be on the floor. Oh, look. Look. There it is. There it is. Who told me that? Who told me that? No. Who said that? The flower may have landed in your lap. Nikan. Thank you, Nikan. There it is. She probably saw it fall off of my arm. I mean, I knock things off with my arm, especially when I rolled up my sleeves, but sometimes when I'm wearing long sleeves, my cuff will catch on things. And let's put this in here right now. I don't know which one it is, but I'll have to separate all of these. And I'm going to seal this envelope. And then when I go to use it again, I'll put it in a Ziploc bag. All right, I was going to read chat. I got sidetracked with finding the flower. Thank you, Nikan. She says, you're welcome. See, Becky said yes. And I think her yes was to me was, if I understood her right, I was asking her if I keep the bottom and go back and review how she does the bottom and keep the bottom, because she's saying I need that internal space. If I keep the bottom, my question to her was, can I still keep the fringe and just top stitch on the outside and not turn my seams in? And she's saying yes, I believe. Let's see. Nikan says, it might have hitchhiked on your project. That's probably what it did. It just caught a ride, didn't it? No. Let's see, what else is going on out there? she told me, I asked her, I thought Nakan was the name of a cat that she had, and she said, no, Nakan is a nickname my friend gave me. My real name is Anika, and you pronounced it correctly. So I think I'm all caught up with chat, unless, let me refresh. Sometimes if I refresh my messages, I see more because I'm on an old tablet. Oh, there's Raul. Good morning, Raul. Raul, I have been announcing your video collab coming up, your video premiere collab. And let's just go into it since Raul popped in and I'm into chatting this morning. Raul and Jasper are doing a Valentine's zine video collab, video premiere collab, and it will happen on February 7th. And I think he's got it all, the schedule all put together. Have you posted the schedule, Raul, yet? Oh, here, let's read what he says. The lineup poster of the Valentine Zine collab is everywhere on my social. You can share it in your community live. Let's go out to his community tab and find it. Set up date and time is not automatically. Go to settings, date and time. Well, I'm going to have to skip that because it says my date and time is not automatic here. This says 6:25. This says 6:25. I think it's all right, unless both of them are wrong. Oh dear. Wait, I want to go to Raul's channel here. There I am. So we're going to search for, do I have Raul in here? Raul. R-A-U-L. Oh, I got Rayo. U-L. Raul. R-E-Y-N-O-L-D-S. And I think you put in drawing. And there he is, Raul Reynolds Drawing Channel. He's got a peacock on the front. And let's go to his, I'm not subscribed. Oh, you know what? Why I couldn't find it. Let's go to I'm in my old account. This account I watch news and movies, and let me switch accounts. I try to keep that other one mostly for stuff I want to share with you guys. Art, and I put other things in my other account, but I'm up to 50 subbies. Raul, my subby count jumped with the New Year's Streamathon, and I haven't gone back down yet. All right, let's go to my search here again and see if I can find Raul. R-A-U-L. And I think I have to put drawing after this. No, there he is. And see, I'm subscribed on this channel. And let's go to his community tab. Look at the lineup. He says, hello, everyone. The Valentine Zine collab is right around the corner. Here's the Valentine lineup for Valentine Day. And then he tagged, I think, a lot of the contributors. It starts at 12:45 to 1 p.m. on February 7th of 2024. All hours are in Eastern time. And Jasper's going to kick it off. Mrs. Gigi, myself, Malia, Kim Poulton, Janet Nash, Raul, Meri, who's me, Art Curious by Miriam, MMW, Jasper, Raul, myself, Jasper, and then Raul asked me if I would take that last segment, and I said I would. So I think I've done 4 segments in there, which is only an hour, you know. I'll probably have to do a lot of prep work up front so that I can put the zines together in the 15-minute segment. Otherwise, you know, when I do put together stuff online, well, in my live streams, I do a lot of chatting and sidetracking and rabbit trails. But when I'm doing a video, even when I build my zine, if I'm hunting for stuff and all of that, it's going to take me longer than 15 minutes. So I'll probably have to do some upfront prep work for each one and then just put them together and make the zine online. I know what I'm going to do for each one. I just have to get, maybe I'll make little kits for each one, little envelopes for each one, and work at them that way. But that's a really nice lineup, Raul. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 segments. So that's a nice lineup that you have there. Look at this. Look at his picture there, the birds. I like that, Raul. Lovebirds. Lovebirds. What else was I going to say here? Let's give it a like. And I'll put a comment in there just to contribute, saying looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. And let's add a couple of no, I don't have hearts out there. Let's just do a smiley face. There we go. So I gave you a like and a comment on that. So, I know what I was going to say next. This is a zine collab premiere hop. I'm going to call it a hop. It is kind of like a video hop. But the thing with premieres is you pop in during one of these segments. These are all going to be premiere videos. You can chat. And I know I'm going to be in each one of mine. I'll be there when my video's running. But you can chat with people. And I like that. I like that a lot. It's a little bit different than just a regular video hop. So nice job, Raul. I know you and Jasper did a lot of work to put this together, and we appreciate it. So there we go. Let me turn my phone off. Let's go look at chat again. This is where Raul popped in. Let's see, Kimberly says, yes, Beck, it's going to be 75 today. No! We're in the 30s. Let's see what. Let me go to the weather report. Weather report. Have to get there. Weather report. Let's see what. I need a drink of water while my tablet's updating here. It's 28 here. And it's going to be 28 through 12 p.m. At 1 p.m., it's going to be 30 degrees. At 3, it's 32. And by 6 p.m., it's dropped down to 30, and then it's going to back into the 20s. But Saturday, it's getting up to 36, and Sunday, 41. And Monday, we're going to have 50 degrees. Next week's going to be a nice week. Which is good because we have to travel next week. And I'm not looking forward to it. It's supposed to be 50 next Thursday. I am kind of looking forward to it, and I have to get with my brother. We have to go to Lincoln for his doctor appointment this time. But I want to drive because I know Lincoln pretty well, even though the doctor appointment is kind of on the south side of Lincoln, the southwest side, so we won't have to drive through a lot of traffic to get there. But my brother doesn't even like to drive in Grand Island, which is 40,000 people. Driving in Lincoln is crazy. And I want to go to Hobby Lobby and to Joann, especially to Joann's and Michael's and Barnes and Noble's, because I don't get to those stores around here. I can go to them online. Well, Hobby Lobby I can get to. But I want to see if the Hobby Lobby in Lincoln is the same as the one in Grand Island. I want to see if they have gotten rid of all their brands. I don't like, I like shopping at Hobby Lobby, and I still go there. But I'm disappointed that they've gotten rid of a lot of their brand name products, and they've gone to like the Paper Studio, their own brand. and Master Touch and Fine Touch. I can't find the same things that I like to buy that I used to buy there. I can still get Tim Holtz there, and I can still get the scrapbook paper, and I can still shop there and get and fabric. I buy fabric at Joann's, but it's not the same. And I want to see if the one in Lincoln has modified their structure too, if that's a national thing or what. But anyway, I'll probably bop in there. The Barnes and Noble, my poor brother. I want to do some shopping while I'm up there. I mean, it's quite a drive for us to go up there because we don't go up there much. But my car is parked out the back door on the north side, and it's kind of snowed in, and we're kind of worried that, well, the good thing that it's by the back door is my brother can air up my tires pretty easy, but he's got to get out there in the snow. I think I have 4-wheel drive. I think I can get out, especially if it gets nicer next week, by next Thursday. I think I can get out. Otherwise, we'll probably have to drive his car. And I don't drive his car because I'm afraid that I'll do something wrong with it, and I don't want to wreck his car for him. Not that I would. I mean, and the fear part of it is probably a good thing because it causes me to be careful. But I drive my car when I drive because I'm more comfortable in it. So I'm going to have to get with him before we go next week and say we need to put air in my tires, and maybe even take it in and have that one tire checked to make sure that it's not going flat on me. We don't want to get up there and have a flat tire. So that means another trip to locally here, to our local town that we go all the time and get our tire fixed or checked. And this is no rest for the wicked. No rest for the wicked. So that's what's going on in my life. Weather report. That got me off because I saw it's going to be nice next week. Let me go back to chat. Let me go back to chat and find you all again because I lost my chat. I lost my chat. It goes gray on me. It goes gray. All right. I'm back. Raul says, thank you so much, Meri. In midsummer, we will have a big project too. I will do that with Miriam again. 6 days streamathon. 6 days streamathon? Oh, Raul, that is big. I don't know. 6 day streamathon midsummer, each day, one type of art form. Oh, well, I could handle maybe one a day, but I don't know. 6 days. I guess if it's a live stream, I could probably handle a live stream each day because I'm on a lot anyway. Midsummer, he says. He's going to do, this is really a good idea. I think 6 days is a little long, but they're doing it. So I don't know if you'd have to participate each day or not. But one type of art form each day, I like that. For example, one day mixed media, and the second day stitches, etc. One day doing something different each day. I like that concept. Pam says, it's 33 degrees and rainy where she's at. Stitch it, Pam. 33 is a heat wave here. Yeah, we've been in the low 30s. But it's just gotten to the low 30s. We were way down into the zeros a week or so ago, and the teens, and it's been pretty cold here. Raul said, not the whole 6 days. 3 streamers each day, only 6 hours only, Meri. It's not a hop. Oh, okay. That sounds better, Raul. So he's still putting that together. We need to do the Valentine one. That's on February 7th. So that's what I'll be working on this weekend, is getting my Valentine, zines. It's a live stream hop, he says, and 3 streamers each day, 6 hours only. It's not a hop. Oh, okay. That sounds more doable to me. You know, yeah, that that sounds better. All right. Thanks for popping in, Raul. So we covered all that. He says, Meri, I will give every premiere fib information to promote the premiere the day after on social media, where we can promote free YouTube videos. It helps the view count. What he's saying there is after we've all done our premieres, because they won't go, you can't promote it unless he gathers all the links ahead of time and all that, and he's probably not doing that. What he's going to do is, after everything's over with, he's going to send everybody some promotion links to share afterwards, because it helps the view count. And you know, they're only 15-minute segments, so they're very watchable if you have time, you know, through your day. Pop on one of those Valentine collabs, maybe to give you some ideas of what to do for Valentine Day. I was going to, and I didn't bring it in to show you, I'm stitching some little red hearts, tatting some, and they're just 3 little rings. They're pretty simple. And I'm going to do several of those for my Valentine. I'll probably be doing some Valentines. Maybe I'll use them on my zine. They're pretty easy because doing them like I'm doing, it goes pretty fast. I'm not making complicated Valentines. There are some beautiful tatted Valentines out there, or hearts that can be used for Valentines. But I'm not going to do the complicated ones because I'm just keeping it. Sometimes when I do the easy stuff, I have to be honest with you. Sometimes when I do the easy stuff, it's meditative, like what I'm doing now. It's meditative, so you don't have to get all, you know, you can have fun, you can relax. And tatting and slow stitching, like what I'm doing now, is really a relaxing thing. It isn't like we're using fabric scraps here and snippets off of ribbons and buttons that were, and it's really a meditative process. And so I enjoy, like with that hat that we're doing at this project, I would love to think that I'm going to get the hat all done. But I know in my heart, I know, what did I do here? Did I just catch it on there? Did I do that wrong? Oh, I'm going to have to take this out. I caught my thread the wrong way here. Let me take this out. I have to unthread my needle because I'm online and I'm chatting and I lose track of what I'm doing here. I caught my thread around my fabric when I wanted to go. But luckily, this is only one strand of thread, and I can pretty well thread this needle. I did it before. Thread this needle here. Got to thread it in the eye and not the point. Where is it? It's not that I can't see the eye, as sometimes that thread is frayed enough it doesn't want, and I got something hanging off of it. You got to snip it and get it. It's just a little bit too thick to go through that eye of the needle. This is embroidery floss. This needle is probably set up for sewing thread. Don't know if I'm going to get it. I did before, but it's being stubborn. It doesn't want to. Did it go in? No. I did bring my needle threader in rather than struggle with it. This is a this needle threader comes with the tatting needles. I broke this side. I broke that little wire off. That I can still use this side. And every time you buy a set of those Handy Hands tatty needles, you get a needle threader like this in it. And the project that we're working on now with that hat, I use this needle threader and my crochet hook an awful lot. So I keep them handy. All right, what did I do here that I did wrong? I wanted to come up through this. Somehow I wound that fabric around the the denim. Probably because I was trying to do them both at once. There we go. Now that's a little crooked here. Now let's do the flower. So I'm kind of in a chatty mood this morning. After I get this done, I'm going to move on to the scavenger hunt. I'm trying to go through the center of that flower. It does go through the very center, which is amazing. Well, the point went through it. And we're only going to do 2 of these. I've got one done up here. Because this can get boring to watch, I think. Unless you're really interested in slow stitch. It's gonna, you mean she's gonna do 16 of those? I'm gonna do 16, but I'm not gonna do them all online. Excuse me. I got a little bit of a dry throat this morning. That coffee, I taste that coffee. Strong coffee leaves an aftertaste. That coffee leaves kind of an aftertaste in my mouth. Hold on to that. Push that through. It wants to go over to the side. Let's see if I can't do this side. Ah, it went right in. Bless its heart. Bless your little peeping heart. It's harder to come from the back and go to the front than poke it down through a buttonhole on the front and go to the back. There. Oops. This thread is rotten. Look, I pulled it right apart. I'm going to stop there and I will strengthen that thread. I'm just going to leave it like that. I'll put another piece. This thread is rotten. I'm going to throw it away. I've had it. It just was a piece I picked off of Penelope, I think. I pulled it right apart. Don't use rotten thread. God knows how old that thread is. Probably some I got in the thrift store. So let's put my needle away and let's get out my scavenger hunt journal and work on that. You've seen enough stitching for one morning. Well, I never see enough. I could use this. This is a crochet thread, but I'm not going to do that. We'll move on. So I'm going to put these in here. I'll put them at the back, if there is a back. This one's done. This one worked fine. This one I need to restitch. And I'm going to seal this envelope so I don't lose anything out of it. And then when I open it again, I'll put it in I bought a box of 50 count handy bags. All right, so let's get out my zine. I'm working on, not zine, I got the zine on my brain. Let's get out my scavenger hunt. And I'm going to do this tissue paper. These are doodle cards. And let's see. Here's is that on the back of this? Yeah. These are the prompts. Let's put the doodle cards back up there. I'm going to put my needle case in here. And my scissors go in here, but I use them. I think I'll tear here. So I'm ready to stamp D. I got A, B, C, C. I thought I stamped D. No, I didn't. A, B, C. And then we did a book page. I think I meant this to go in here. No, I didn't, because there's the B. It goes here. I'm not sure how I'm going to bind this, because I really wanted that to go in there. I might just bind it. It doesn't matter if the alphabet is out of order, because I have a hunch that when you guys work in your journals that you work on all different places. I got A, B, C, A, C, B, A, C, B. And I'm going to put D here. So let's do that first. Let's do my D's. And then we'll do a couple of prompt pages. Oops, I got some doodle cards. I'm going to have to sort out all these doodle cards. Not here. All right, let's get out my stamps, which are here. I'm also going to mail off, I contacted her, these journals, and where did I have some tissue paper that I'm going to send with these. These are going to Karen Kay. She won one of them in a giveaway that I had a long time ago, and I was sorting out, and I never got them sent to her. And she said, there are my journals. Yeah, they're kind of junk journal style. And so I said, well, I'm just going to send you both of these, because she liked them. She knew what she was going to do. This one has they both have tassels. When I made this, I think I was doing where I was doing a journal a month, the jam journals. I think these are jam journals. Journal a month, I called them jam journals. And this one is a little bit more, well, it's got some, oh, look, I got a page. This one was mine. I had worked on this one. But that's okay. She can work over it if she wants. But she had won this one, and I started working in this one. But I'm going to send them both to her, because I never got them sent to her. And she said, oh, there's my journal. So I said, well, I'm just going to send you the other one as an apology. But I have some tissue paper like this. Or some Finnabar tissue paper. I don't know if it's exactly like this. I think it is, but I can't remember. It's here somewhere. I have it out. I think it might be over on my other side, but here are my stamps. That's what I was digging out. What's this? Oh, here's this was a gift from Red Wagon, Renee. I've got them both together now. This is the colored, Becky calls this rat tail. It's an elastic cording. I have enough to do hundreds of journals now. And they came in these Amazon gift bags. Aren't these cool? Now see how they did this here? I'll bet this was the square corner that Becky's talking about here. I'll bet if I turn this inside out, I could see how they did it. Now Mary's getting curious. Let's see if this is the square corner like Becky did. I'll bet it is. Let me see what's going on here. Oh, they folded up into a, they folded this, on this one, they folded into a triangle and bring it up. Huh. I'm going to have to check with Becky and see if this is the same method that she does. This looks like though it was, I wonder how they did that. I don't want to take the bag apart. Somehow they folded that little piece into a triangle to make the bottom. Well, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it like this for now. I might get brave and snip that and see what the bottom is like. I'm not sure that they cut this into a 2-inch square. I think they just folded it up. And I'm going to go back and review Becky's video. Somehow they did that little triangular piece in there on this bag. Well, I got it all messed up now. It's down in there like that. It looks like they just folded it and made a triangle bottom. They did the same over here. Only this one looks a little weird. It's a triangular piece, but it doesn't quite fit like this one does. Becky's probably has a better method. I'm going to leave it like that, but these came from, and then she sent me a package of neutrals like this. So I have enough elastic cord to last me for ages. I was getting my stamps out. And this is a schedule for the January Streamathon. I want to put that. Meri, Meri's going from one thing to another here. I'm going to put that in that and this in my January journal. And this should probably, I'm going to fold it like this. No, I kind of wanted that page. I guess I'll have to fold it like this, because I want this right at the front. And I'll have a blank page there, but that's okay. And then this is a Streamathon, and this I was measuring for my book in here. And I'll need that for my piece that I'm doing on Becky's fabric. So this is kind of me building a January segment for my, and I think I'll put Laura's card. She sent me 10 more packages of double-sided Dollar Tree double-sided tape. Thank you so much, Laura. So we're going to get the D. I get sidetracked. I'm going to keep these out because I want to mail, and I need to find the tissue paper for that. I want to mail those off today. All right, let's get the D out of here. A, B, C. I don't think I've stamped the D. D goes like that. Now let's put that down there as a placeholder. And I put my inks away because they were sitting out here and I was afraid I was going to knock them off. So what color? I need all the colors. I've been stamping my alphabet in different colors on separate pages here. We're going to put D. What did I do with him? Oh, jeez. Why did I put him up in here with the other? Did I put him in here? What did I do with that other folio? Honestly, I lost it already. It's not in here. Did he fall off on the floor? No, I don't see it on the floor. I see some embroidered floss on the floor. Well, you know what? That says to me, I'll find it. It's here someplace. What that says to me is to start a new signature. I was going to do it on the back of that other one, and I can't find it now. I don't know what I did with it. I hate doing that stuff. It got mixed up in something over here. Oh, wait. Is it in with this stuff? Maybe I threw it over with Laura's. I mean, not Laura. I got Laura on the brain. Maybe I threw it off over with those journals that I put over on the floor. I'll check. But that just says to me to start a new, I'm going to start a new signature for my D's. It didn't want to be there. It didn't want to be on the signatures. They will not be out of order now. Mary, what are you talking about? We're going to stamp D on here. And I need my inks. I put them away because they were in my way. And I think I put them all in one stack here. Watering can, black, fern green. I put them all in one stack, so I just have to pull them out. All right. All right. Before I get started, I'm going to come out and look at chat. We're going to do a tissue paper. I have more tissue paper. Let me look in here. Hold on. I'm going to come out and chat, but I got tissue paper on the brain. I was looking at it. I think I put it back in. This is my kind of my scrap box here. Did I put that tissue paper, Red Cross tissue paper back in here? Well, now I probably can't find it. It was in my way. Do I have tissue paper in here? I have napkins. That's not a napkin, that's a towel. Oops, got a little word sticking out there. And voice is soft and sweet. Let me see what I have in here quick. Well, it doesn't look like. I thought I put it in here. Don't put your pages in there, Mary. I'm going to keep those strips out. Put that in there. Put this in there. Hold on. I got tissue paper on the brain. I wanted to use that Red Cross tissue paper I had. It probably came with a pair of Red Cross shoes. I wanted to use that this time. No, I don't see it there. Hold on. Let me stand up. See what I have. Sometimes I can find this faster if I'm standing up than when I'm seated, but it doesn't look like I'm going to find it at all. So I'll have to find something else. If I find something else, I'll use it. I can never find it when I want it. Never find it when I want it. Ever. Makes me mad. I'm so disorganized. So disorganized. I have one more place I'm going to look here. Hold on. Or I'll grab a napkin or something. Because I had it in my hands the other day and said I need to use it. And I don't know what I did with it. And I certainly don't see it or anything similar. So I guess I'll just use the blue. I think I meant to use blue on that page. All right, we'll just use, oh, while I'm looking, let's see if my page is down here with the journals. Yep, there it is. There's some white tissue. That isn't what I was thinking of. I'm just looking for I've got a whole stack of napkins, but maybe I have some pattern tissue. Is pattern tissue, I've got napkins here. Mary's looking. This is what happens. Yep, this is what happens. I don't see tissue. I think I'll be happy with the blue and white. I don't see the red cross that I wanted. All right, I'm coming back. Hold on. Hold the phone. I'm coming back. I found a super tip on the floor. All right, that's what we're going to use. Oh, you know what else I can do today is take apart that jewelry. All right. So, I'm still going to put my D on a separate signature because I think it wanted to be. Now, where's the beginning one? Now, where's the beginning one? Where? Meri, you're so disorganized. Honestly, I must drive you guys batty. Now I can't find the beginning one. That's okay. We're going to do this one. And we're going to use white and blue. And we're going to stamp D. All right. Let's start with this red for the D. And the D stamps like, I should make this so I know which is what, but, and I do it like this. And it goes like this. All right, while I'm doing this, I'm going to look at chat. I'm not refreshing it. Hi, Dusty. Good morning, Dusty. Did Marguerite come in? Hi, Marguerite. Good morning, Marguerite. Who else? Roy. Roy said, at first I thought it was Thursday when I see Meri live. Retirement never gets old. Yeah, I skipped Thursday yesterday. You know, I was awake, but I had things I needed to get done. And so, I like that. So we're just going to do one because by the time I get all my pieces on there, here's the rest of my signatures. I'm back all in one piece here now. All right. We're going to stamp D. By the time I get all my alphabet on one page here, I might have to go to the back too. There's 26 of them. So I'm only going to do one. I'll probably do through M here, maybe. And do N through Z on the other. All right. And let's just turn this over. And we're going to put different colors of D's on here. With all these different inks. Raul says, all have the time, Meri. We're here for free inspiration. Aw, you're just too kind, Raul. Raul does some really nice shorts, and he's pretty consistent with them. I like to do shorts, but I'm not consistent. After I sign off here, my day takes a different turn. I've got other things I want to get done. And I very seldom get back in here. I will this weekend because I want to work on the zines for the collab. But I very seldom get back in here to do art on my own. The art I do with you guys. It seems like this is my art time. And maybe that's why I stream so much during the week, is because I need to do my art. So let's kind of press on all sides and see what I get. Oh, a nice D. And it even looks red to me. Probably because it's nice and fresh. And I'm not going to, well, maybe I will. If I can find my swipes. Usually I swipe that. Now my swipes got all tucked in here, I think. No. Well, I'm not going to worry about swiping it clean. I need to put that out in there. They are. They got tucked in with the books. I don't get much ink off with these, but I do try to give it a swipe. And this doesn't take much off, but there's alcohol swipes, 75% alcohol. Maybe that's why it doesn't take off so much ink, but it takes off some. Might go to a different color. And alcohol will evaporate fast, so this is nice and juicy, and this will dry fast. All right. All right, let's go to the hydrangea, which is a purple, but it looks gray on this paper for some reason. It's a pretty purple when you stamp it on white. All right. What did Roy say? What did Roy say? At first I thought it was Thursday. Raul says, we all have the time. Marguerite said, Dusty, I did wake on my own 1 minute before the alarm. I used to have to get up so I could have 2 coffees before I left for work. Do you still work, Marguerite? Dusty says, the dog woke me up. I usually sleep in until 8 or 9. Don't you just love those mornings when you can sleep in? Yeah. I am going to. I have to carve. I'm on the letter Q. Q. I have to carve from Q through Z yet. But I have A through P all carved. I got the Q out. I don't know if I'll get to that today. I'll get to it before, what is it, April 1st is the day that they need to be turned in. If you want to, and I would like to maybe send it in and see if I could be a contestant in the prize that she gives out. She gives out some nice prizes. This is with Janet Young. She does a scavenger hunt. Now that is purple, and it looks kind of purple on this now. But it looks kind of like a dark gray to me too. And see the purple, not much coming off, but maybe I got a lot on my page. I see a little darken on the red, but all right, let's go to this orange blossom. And I think I'm going to put, well, did I repeat it? It doesn't matter. I think I have enough to do 9 colors on here. I'm going to put the orange blossom down below. Let's go to the blue. See, I got a watering can and the hydrangea are very similar on when I stamp it off. This is more purple on white paper, but it turns a dark gray on this paper. This is a blue color. This is Forget-Me-Not. Forget-Me-Not, Forget-Me-Not. It looks like it's going dark here, but we'll see what. I didn't stamp my hydrangea off. I need to turn this back up the other way. I forget to stamp. Well, I did the D. I don't need to do every color there. Hold on. I already did a D on there. Now I have to move this one. I moved my eraser here. All right, this is supposed to be blue. It looks pretty dark to me. We'll see. What does Becky say? Hello to all I missed, Becky says, while she's cleaning the kitchen. The counters are all ready for grocery bags. You going grocery shopping today, Becky? What's on your grocery list? Marguerite says, I know I've carved erasers and wood linoleum. I like these high polymer erasers. I don't have a package out, but they're high polymer erasers by Pentel. I get these at Walmart, 3 for about, I think they're up to $1. I want to say $1.98, but they might be a little bit cheaper than that now. $1.68, I think I found them the other day. Can't remember. But I like carving on these. These carve really nice. Carve really, really nice. I wish they were larger. I wish I could buy a whole block of this. You know, by the time you get 3, maybe 4 going down, you would have a nice block. You know, just double this. And I would gladly pay $2 for that. They just didn't slice them up. And then you could have a nice stamp area. But to buy a big sheet like what you buy with this thick, because they're about a 1/2 inch thick, would probably cost you a fortune, you know, to buy a sheet. Because let's see, well, these are just about 1 inch wide, not quite. They're more like 7/8, but this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.5, but 8, we'll count 8, and 3 inches down, so 3, 6, 9, 12. So 8 by 12 is what? 96 of these at 3 for $1. Well, we'll count it 3 for $2, just rounding it up. So divide 3 into 98, we'll go 32, right? 3 into 98 is 32. I'd need 32 packages at $2 each. That would be, what, $72 a sheet. Ha! It would be expensive. If I could buy a big block at the same price as and the same size, but not cut up. I don't think I'd pay $72 for it. But I was trying to calculate in my head what a big sheet would cost me at the same price. It's better to have them cut up, but you can't do all the different shapes. You kind of have to do long, narrow shapes. Oh, that's a pretty blue. I'm glad I chose blue. So we've done hydrangea, red, and blue. We're only going to do the D this morning. So I can put this out of the way. We can put the red out of the way and the blue out of the way. Those are, I'm going to put them back in the rack, get them off my desk, so I don't knock them off on the floor. Okay, the sepia and the orange blossom I'm going to put down below. And maybe, let's go to the coffee now. Let's go to the coffee. Let's do the coffee is supposed to be a brown color. I got a little low. I'm getting low. I'm going to have to move that next one up a little higher. I think these are coming out up because I'm leaving them on my paper longer, and it gives that time for that paper to absorb the ink while I'm chattering here. Anyway, that's what Lindsay says. It's not how hard you push down. Well, you do want to need to put pressure on these narrow stamps on the sides here, but it's not exactly how hard you press down. It's how long you leave it on the paper and let that paper absorb the ink. Now this one I'm going to try to put up just a teeny bit higher, and we're not going to get another one on there. All right, let me look in chat. A big bag of pink is less than $72. It is. It is, but it's not a half-inch thick. And let me tell you, I really like carving through this. I say it slices like butter, and it does not dull your blades as fast. It does not dull the blades as fast. But to buy a big sheet of it would probably be cost prohibitive to most of us. If you were a millionaire, that would just be it. That's like buying a sheet of paper. Becky said, I just watched a series, I think from Poland, called Forst, F-O-R-S-T. Ugh. Not so much blood. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why they get so violent in these movies now. I think there's a part of us that likes to see the action on those violent films, but to see that Reacher is a pretty violent series, but I like Reacher. I like the plot, but I don't like all the killing, and they kill with no reserve. I mean, it's not like, well, now, of course, Reacher and his team, the bad guys are killing off all the team members of the 110th? And because the 110th found out that the bad guys were doing bad stuff and they were after them, but they were killing them off. And they would kill innocent people like truck drivers, semi-truck drivers who were hauling a load of their stuff, the missiles and everything, just to get, so there'd be no witnesses and that. And, it's just, some of that violence, I suppose there's violence like that out in the world where people, they're almost sociopathic. Is that what they're called? The people who have no conscience, sociopaths? And truthfully, I like the series Reacher, but I kind of get, I worry about that stuff being so mainstream, where we almost watch it and accept it, rather than question it, because, I think it kind of dulls our value system in a way. I'm not saying that we all agree with it, but I think we get used to it just by seeing so much of it on TV, whether it's real or not. And, that part, of course, I don't have any control of all that stuff, but that stuff, I kind of flinch with all that violence. But the movie rating guide warns you ahead of time that there's violence, sex, foul language, and everything else in that show. But I like the plot line of Reacher. I like the action of the movie. I think the guy that's playing Reacher, I forget who he is. I don't keep track of all that stuff. I think he's an excellent actor. I like the other actors with that series. I think it's all done now. I think there were 8 episodes in season 2. And I wonder if there's going to be a season 3. I hope so. Now, my coffee kind of stamped light. It's kind of a light brown, like cream in your coffee. And my alcohol swipe is getting dry. Doesn't matter. All right, coffee's done. And now I've got these left, and I don't know if I squeeze them together, I can probably get 5. I've got orange blossom, and the sepia is a pretty color. The fern green and watering can and black. So let's arrange these. I'm going to put the black there, the orange blossom there. Let's put the watering can. This is sepia. And let's put the orange blossom and then the fern green. So the lineup will be like this. Ha! You guys ever watch that 40-year-old guy, 40-year guy on YouTube? He does shorts of all these different. Do you mean I've lived 40 years and I never, I never knew to do whatever he was going to give the hint about. And yesterday he was showing, I like to watch him. I think he's fun to watch. He did one yesterday where, and this caught my eye because I'm packing up those boxes to send to Shelley, and I was asking my brother last night for packing tape. I have packing tape all around, but I also put stuff upstairs here recently, and I've been cleaning. And so my brother says, well, I thought I gave you some. And I said, well, I thought I gave it back to you. And so he went out in the back porch, and I went snooping in the one box that I have down here in the dining room. And I go, oh, there's some. He came out with two. He came out with the gun and the mailing tape gun that they have, the little stripper that you just swipe it down with. I call it a gun. And an extra row, 2 rows that he said were new. He said, what's on this handle, the tool there? He says, it's probably so old it's not good. And I said, well, I found some. Go put those back. So the poor guy had to go put them back. But anyway, I was watching the 40-year-old guy, I think he says 40-year guy is the name of his short. And I think he only does shorts. I don't know if he does full videos. I just watch his shorts. And anyway, he was showing a packing tape one. Let me put this down first. I'm going to try to squeeze the next 5 on here. Where he just had a roll of packing tape. He didn't have the little gun thing. And what he did is he took a zip tie, one of those plastic zip ties, and he locked it around the roll of tape and kind of locked it on there so it made a little piece across. And then he shortened the zip tie, but he cut it at an angle, a sharp angle. And then he pulled the tape across the package, and the little thing kind of, acted as a guide. And then when he got ready to cut it, he just used the sharp edge that he cut at an angle and sliced that. Now that would probably work for packing tape, which is pretty thin. It would not work for your carpet tape, your double-sided carpet tape. You would need a set of old scissors. And I haven't done any fabric washi tape for a long. Wouldn't it be fun? Oh, you guys, I have to show you something. I have to show you, because let's see what time it is. Oh, it's only 7:30. I have time. I have to show you something. I'll come back to that. Remind me that I have to show you something. I don't want to tell you here, but I have to show you what I'm doing. And maybe I'll do a couple. Maybe I'll do a couple while I'm here. I have to find the right things. I think I can put my hands on things. Yeah, I can. But I'll have to go out in the living room and get what I want to show you. But I'm not going to do it right now. I want to finish my scavenger hunt. We'll do that next. And I also want to break apart those broken jewelry beads. I want to do that this morning. I got lots to do. All right, so my sepia's done. Make sure I get these locked. Now we're going to do the watering can, which is kind of a gray color because watering cans are gray. You know what? I'm going to change my fern green with my watering can because I've got this hydrangea, which is kind of a purple, and it looks gray. We're going to do the fern green, which is kind of dark. Well, we're going to do it. We're going to do my fern green next. So what kind, do you guys watch shorts, and what videos, what channels do you like to watch? Even if they're not art channels, do you have any channels that you like to watch? Not everybody is a mod, so not everybody can share the link. If you can share the link, I would appreciate it. If you can't, just share the name of the channel. Who do you like to watch? Now, I haven't yet. YouTube said that they were going to give us the ability to put shorts that we watch in a playlist. I don't think I've done that yet. I don't know if they have fully implemented that. I heard it or read it. I don't know if that's been done yet or not. But I'd love to share with you some of the things that I'm watching. Usually what I'll do, if I want to share it with you guys, I'll copy the link. You can copy the link and put it in, you know, just share the link to the short. I've shared some on Facebook that I found interesting. But who do you guys like to watch? There's Dee Dee. I like to watch Dee Dee. Becky shared the link to Dusty Unicorn. Dusty streams on Tuesdays and Thursdays at either 1 or 2 p.m. Pacific. I forget what time. I wrote it down. I keep asking her, but she does fun things. We have similar tastes, we found out. I met Dusty in Paint Girlie's sale that she had here not too long ago. There's Dusty. Dusty, what time on Tuesdays and Thursdays do you stream? Dusty says, I like doll customizations, resellers. Oh, I like to watch the resellers too. Other crafters, abandoned building explorations. Now, Dee Dee, have you watched Dee Dee's abandoned? She hasn't done one of those for a long time. A year or so ago, she did an abandoned places book where, you know, there were books that were pictures, big, colorful, beautiful pictures of abandoned places. And Dee Dee would alter those, you know, poster book style like she's so famous for. And the abandoned places, I like those. I don't watch as many of those. I have been into watching these upcycle, recycle, DIY videos. I like Canterbury Cottage. And I think there's another one. I think, is it White Cottage? I can't remember. Those are two, but there's another one that I watch too. There's 3 main channels that I like to watch for the upcycles. And some of them get into home decor, which I'm not so much into as upcycling things, little things. Did Brenda pop in? Marguerite said she subbed to Dusty. Raul says, all the fib videos, Mary, and calligraphy. Raul likes to watch calligraphy videos. He says he likes calligraphy. You know, and that's something I should watch more of. Did Legia pop in? Hi, Legia. Good morning, good morning. She says, while I craft, I like watching and listening to Ghost Story Guys. Ooh, I've never heard of them, Ghost Story Guys. That sounds like an interesting channel. And Dee Dee is always fun to watch. I popped into her stream the other day and she was coloring with pan pastel. Well, not coloring, she was doing pan pastel. She did an excellent job. I saw the finish of it. I didn't stay for the whole thing because my life is taking one turn after another here, but I did pop in and say good morning to Dee Dee Wednesday morning. I popped in early so I could get my good morning in. And I watched for a while. And then she posted the finish probably on Instagram, but I saw it on Facebook. Okay, now we're going to do the orange blossom. This is fern green. It's still kind of a gray tone. Even though on this paper, I don't know, this paper makes these colors, not these two. This is a purple and that's a green, and they both look gray to me. I don't know if it's how the paper absorbs it or what, but we're just going to go with it. I think it does the reds and the pastel colors much better. We are doing orange blossom now, which I like too. Becky says, while working, I watch crime dramas. and unsolved mysteries finally solved. Unsolved cases, she says. Unsolved cases finally solved. Yeah, Becky got, what, was an associate degree in, was it criminal justice? Becky likes the crime mysteries. I kind of like those. It depends on what it is. I was watching, and I think I'm still subscribed to it, Restoration, where they restore these old homes into beautiful, I mean, from the floor through, and I was watching that one. Oh, and Janet Nash could tell me the name of it's over in France, and this one guy is renovating a World War II house. That's, the ceiling had fallen. It was a mess. That, he's almost rebuilding the whole thing. But it's so fun to watch him because most of the time, not all the time, but most of the time he's working alone and all that work. And I watch him climb that ladder with one hand and climbing up a ladder to the second floor with one hand and a bucket in the other. And I'm going, oh, please don't let him fall. Please don't let him fall. Watch your step, bud. But it's fun to watch him. I haven't watched him for a while. I've been watching Netflix. I think I'm going to keep Netflix for a few months and see if I want to keep it for the whole year. And Becky told me that one, what was it, Light? Was it Light in the Window? I wrote it down and I took it in the other room. You said you have to watch that one. Was it Light in the Window or All the Bright Lights? Lageria says, bye, Mary. She's going to head into the office, but it's always nice to catch you when I get ready in the mornings. Have a great day. You too, Lageria. And I'll try to watch you in the evenings if you stream. I am planning on streaming tonight. It's Friday night. I start at 7:30 on Friday nights. And I have no idea what I'm going to do. I don't want to work in my December daily because I worked in that last Friday night. And yeah, I was up till 2 o'clock in the morning. All right. Oh, see, that's such a pretty color. Now, can I get two more? I'm going to have to, I don't think I can get two more on here. I'm not going to squeeze them. I was hoping if I squeezed them together, I could get 5 on because I have 5 colors. So it's either black or watering can, which is another gray. We're going to do the black. This will be the last one. I should just shoot for 8 on these. This is D, my D stamp. Long and narrow, capital letters. I carved it up to letter Q. And we're going to do the tissue paper 1. Did I have that right? Oops. Oh, I might mess this up. I had to lift it and see if I had it the right way. I probably blurred that. Becky said, I simply can't get things typed in right on this stupid phone. Now, Becky, you know why I make so many dumb mistakes, because I only use the phone. I am going to have to get out my laptop, though, because of the Inkscape. If you guys haven't found Inkscape, and if you like designing or even graphic art, Allie K checked it out the other day, and she said it looked like a pretty good app. But that's what, when we do the designing class for the tatting, that's what she's teaching us. Such an interesting class yesterday. And she was teaching us how to use polar grids to do our tatting in the rounds when, you make a round generally when you tat. She was showing us how to get our arcs and our how to clone them. Very interesting. Oh, it's not too bad. It's a little blurred, but because I lifted my stamp up. All right, so my D page, I'm going to call that done. And yeah, there we go. It's not going to all get clean, but we used my D. It almost looks like an O, but I do have little angles there. I could have made them deeper angles, but there it is. And let's put it away. I don't know if I'll get done by April or not, but we'll see. And we're going to put my inks away. So I'm going to work on my tissue paper. And I only got 2 colors of tissue, but that's interesting. I think I'll do kind of like a, well, we'll see what I'll do. What I'm inspired to do. And you know, I have this glue. And it is a wet glue, but it's in a stick. And I think I'm going to see. I bought this at the thrift store for $1.50. And they call it dual tip crafty glue. Warning, to avoid danger of suffocation. All right, let's put my... And what we're going to do are the tissue paper prompt on the scavenger hunt journal. And I'm going to test out that glue and see how it works. We'll just do one and see how it works. Let me put these away. And I got one out here that's not archival. All right. So let's put this. We're going to do it on the back here. Hopefully it will work. And I'm going to get this out of the way. I'm going to keep my prompt page out. So what I'm thinking with this, let's just get out of glue. I don't know. I've never used these. I don't know what they are. I got them at the thrift store. They may or may not work. I paid $1.50 for 6 of them, which is a little over 20 cents a piece. So I figured, well, and the glue looks like it's pretty thick in there. I see it moving around. It isn't like it's dried up. And tissue paper, I've only got it hand blue and white. But that's okay. It makes me not use so much of different colors. So do I want to put all blue down and do white over it? Oh, you know what? This reminds me of January. Blue and white's in January. Or I could just tear, which is what I was thinking, was tearing. I think I'll do that. I'll tear some couple strips off here. And this is a pretty blue. Mina was saying what a pretty blue. I think I'll... You know what I like is that hole. Maybe I'll make some holes in that. I don't want to tear this up to get to the hole. Let's I have to figure out, do I want to stripe it? I don't think I really want to stripe it. I want some holes. Let's tear some holes. Just because I had a hole in that other page. But glue will probably seep through there. Let's just tear these into pieces, and let's put a hole in every one. It doesn't have to be a round hole. Let's tear I could tear hearts. No, let's just tear an oval. And we're going to keep these little pieces. I might zap them on there somehow. And I have no idea what I'm doing. I didn't think about this. I thought I'd use the blue tissue paper. That's as far as I got. I think I can have room to put one more little one on there. I might tear that big one down a little. Let's see what I have here. Let's put it we'll let it go off the side of the page. We'll put that really there and put this one here. See, I get into thinking about this. This is, I found this cartoon. I dug out a scribble book that was unfinished. I started it in 2022. I did a couple of entries in 2023. I thought I would finish it off this year because it's just got a few blank pages left in it. But I flipped to the back and it had a cartoon about overthinking. And we were talking about overthinking when I was doing my random slow stitch page for stitch tails. I'm going to let that one overlap. And anyway, in the back, it had this cartoon about overthinking. And one guy was saying to the other, "You overthink stuff too much." And he said, "Do you mean this or this?" Or you know, he rambled off a whole bunch of things that he was overthinking. He says, "What do you mean? When I do this, or when I do that, or when I do this, or, you know," and it was obviously he was overthinking. All right, we're going to do it like that. But I have to get my white on there. And I think I'm going to wait to do the white until I've glued these down because they're going to all fly around on me. And let me put a piece of wax paper. Let me reach for it. I think I'm going to put a piece of wax paper down there before I glue. So what's on your plans for the weekend? For the weekend, I'm going to do two things. Well, today I'm going to get stuff mailed out. That's the first thing I'm going to do after I stream here. Where's my glue? I've never used this, so I don't know what I'm getting into here. It's got two tips. Oh, that's an interesting tip. Let's see what the other side looks like. I was expecting a different type of tip. I think they're like, they squirt out. This one looks better. All right, so I'm just going to, should I glue on this? We'll have to rearrange these again. Oh, it comes out nice. I need a glue spreader, I think. I don't know if I can spread it after I put it on here. Let's try it. It's fairly thick. It's kind of like a, I don't know, it's a thick glue. I'll go over this after I've put these down. Let's turn that upside down and let's angle it because I like to angle stuff. All right. I want to reach for a paper towel. Hold on. That's one I tore in half. My paper towel is handy now. Let's just kind of press that down. That works pretty good. What does it look like over here? Not bad. All right. So I think that's how I'm going to do this. I'm not sure this is the best way to do this, but I wanted to test out this glue. And I'll probably have to keep that tip clean. It's kind of a thick glue. It is called Dual Tip. Can't read it because it's clear glue, but I can't read the brand name. It's real light on that orange. All right, but it's kind of a thick glue, and I guarantee you it's not acid free. I doubt it very much. All right, we're going to put this down. And this is probably, there's probably a better way to do this, but this is the way I'm doing it. I'm going to layer these because I want it all on one page. Because I tore holes in my paper, I don't want to just spread glue all around in there. So I'm gluing the backs of my tissue paper, which get a little iffy to turn up back right side up, but it seems to be working. Now this one, I've completely redone what I was doing here, but we'll just go with it. Well, I was going to have this one float off of the edge here, so I'd have more room for that. Okay. Now I'm thinking when I put the white on, I'll put the white, I'm thinking strips, diagonal strips. And I almost wish I had another color of tissue paper to put in the center, but I might put some of those little blue pieces that I saved. I'm letting that float off, which means it's going to get on the wax paper. But we'll just go with the flow here. I don't want to tip it over the side. Let's lift it up and I'm just going to put some tissue on it and I'll cut it off. I'll cut that off. I just don't want it to get too messy here. It wipes up nice. All right. Yeah, it's kind of messy here. Where's my... I think I folded that over, which is okay. I might come in and fold some over on it after I do my strips. I'm thinking diagonal strips. Let's put this one. Looks like somebody screaming there. 2 eyes and an open mouth. This one I'm losing. Come on. Get up there. The scream. It looks like somebody screaming. Oh, it looks like a heart too. You might do a heart in there. And we'll do something with these. All right, let me put this on. I'm not saying this is the best way to do this. I'm experimenting. I wanted to test out this glue, see what it was. I bought it at the thrift store. I have no idea the brand. I only know that it's dual tip. Probably bought it on Amazon. Looks like it came from Amazon with the bag there. Okay, I'm going to make a heart. Let's turn it the torn side on a heart in there. Oh, we'll let it go down a little. No, we won't. Put it more like that. Straighten this out a little if I can. All right, got it on my fingers. Hopefully it's water-based. I'm sure it is. Let's press this down. Using a towel on this is a little iffy, but it seems to be working. But, you know, you get wet glue sticking out there. My towel could stick to it, but it doesn't look like it is. Okay, now what I want to do, since I see that heart shape, let me wipe this off. I'll come back to it, but I don't want it to dry on there. Let's put the lid, because I don't know how fast drying. It feels wet. It's not a fast dry glue, but I've got an orange here. Just that. Let's see what else. I have this kind of a blue metallic. I like that. Let's draw a heart in there, because that's what I see. And I guess I'm thinking Valentine. And let's just kind of go around in here. Maybe a ring and an oval. And let's just do a little mark there. And all right, well, let's just finish this out. I'm just kind of doodling here, I guess. It's tissue paper though that this is my tissue paper prompt. And I'm kind of filling in I didn't like the orange on there. Red would have gone, but that one was on the floor. And this one was right at my desk, right within reach. So I'm using that. Just kind of filling out the page. I like that. Now we're going to take the white tissue paper, which is here, and I'll probably completely ruin it. I'm going to tear it into some strips. I don't need all of this. Oops, it's doubled too. Is it doubled? Yeah, it's doubled. We'll just tear that off. We'll save this for another day. Now, I might come back to that blue because I have a thought. But we're going to, now the white will probably, I think white tissue paper would, I'm thinking that white will probably just blend in there. And I think what I'll do is just put it right over that and let that blue fall into the background. And I might use something else, or I might just spread blue all across there. I think that's what I'll do. And I don't know how this dual tip, I don't know how this works. You just squeeze out and rub it across. Yeah. And then I'll use my glue spreader to spread it down. And let's just do a half sheet first because I don't know how quick drying this is. And we're just going to spread it here, get it all across the page, the first half. Well, that came out. It's pretty gooey glue. It's pretty gooey. I could probably do more. Let's just spread it down. I guess I can do the whole page with what I put on there. Maybe just a little bit more in here. It's the consistency is an interesting consistency. It's a wet glue, but it's kind of, I want to say it's kind of thick in a way. All right. And we're just going to take this page and we're going to let it meld in there. Whoops. I want it over a little more. We're just going to let it kind of blend into that blue. Kind of pushes that blue into the background. Where's my towel? I'm going to press this down. And then, ooh, I kind of like that. Do I need another one? Do I need another layer? I think I'm going to put another layer on there because I think it will blend. What I want to do is with my tissue paper, and I want to push that blue into the background because I'm going to put something over it. So I'm going to put another layer on here. I'm thinking a silhouette on here. And let me wipe this tip off because I don't know how much that will clog up. I've never used this. And then we're going to take my wet spreader, and this is pretty wet glue. It spreads clear across here. I probably have more on there than I need because it's gooey. It's a gooey gluey. And I'm going to put another layer on this to push it back more. And who knows, I might need another one because that one pretty well blended in when I put that top layer of glue on there. No, well, I don't know. We'll press this down. I want it pushed way into the background. Whoops. I got a scrap on there. I'm thinking another layer. I'm kind of layering my tissue on top of the blue, my white on top of the blue, pushing it back. I'm pushing it back. You can still see my lines in there. But this is still a pretty dark blue. I'm going to put one more layer. It's wet. It'll be a wet page. It'll have to dry. I have no idea how it's going to dry. If it dries stiff or crackly, or it doesn't seem to be affecting the... This I'm going to clip off. This I just put on the edge here to keep it from sticking to the page. I'm going to put one more layer on there. Boy, it's pretty thick. Got a thread. Ooh, let's put something in there. I know this is a tissue paper prompt, but let's put some thread in there. I've got a piece of blue, which won't show up. We'll put that on top. I've got black. Let's take some of this black. Well, we could put, no, we're going to save that. And I also have this red sport weight. I think it's on a needle here. It's twisted up in her. It's on a needle. I think the red sport weight would be fun to, after I get all that next layer of glue on there, I'm going to press this into it. If I can get Penelope to hand it over. She says, it's there, Mary. Hop to it. Hand it over, Penelope. Here's some embroidery floss. We're not going to put fabric scraps. Fabric scraps would be fun to put in there too. There's some white. Probably won't show up. But I think this red, if I can get it all out of here. Hand it over, Penelope. She says, I'm not holding on to it. See, I did not plan this out. If you want to talk about not overthinking, here it is. Boy, that's really wrapped around in there. What did you do, Penelope? She said, you did it, Mary. Oh, it goes way over here. Oh, way over here. Whoa. I might have to snip it. Goes right back over into here. She says, I was going to eat it for you. Shorten it up. It's all in these pins. I want it. I want it. Here's some more blue. Or that was the blue that I picked up when I picked her up. Penelope, I'm having to take everything off to get to it, but I want it. Boy, it's all twisted up in her over here. There we go. Honestly. Penelope, what did you do? She said, well, it was cold. I wrapped it around me. We're going to make Penelope an Easter outfit in the next few weeks. I'd make a Valentine one, but I've got so much going now that I don't think I could get it done by Valentine's Day. This lace is wrapped around it. Pardon me while I get this untwisted here. Pins are holding it in. I'm determined. I might have to snip it off. She says, that's okay. I need a little rearranging here anyway, Mary. You put whatever on here. I hold it for you until you're ready for it. Yeah. I might have to snip this. Her lace is all pinned on here. Pin that back, we'll snip it. There we go. I'll pull this out. There we go. She says, whew, I'm glad to get that off. What's this thread going to? A needle? A needle? Are you trying to eat a needle, or is that just wrapped around in there? Penelope. She says, I'm not eating no needles. Well, it looks like you might be. Down in there. Right here. You almost ate it. She was gobbling it down. Should put that in my needle book. Piece of red thread. All right, we'll leave her alone for a while. I pulled this paper off of it. Had that paper, which is kind of a vellum paper. Let me take the pins out of it. It says, you can put me down anytime, Mary. I won't mind. I kind of keep this back area clear because I put these when I'm sewing. Sometimes I put all my little yellow head pins in there. There's none in there now, but that's where I look first when I want those pins, is on her back end. She says, I am ready for an Easter dress, Mary. All right, and got the blue out. And got a really thin piece of, and this has been drying. It's still wet. Whoops. Let's take this paper off and we'll use it in something. It's vellum. All right, so now I got a thought. Let's put the butterfly back on her. We'll just put it right here for now. And while I was, ooh, we could put some lace on there too. No, let's save that lace for something else. While I was playing here, I had these threads out, and I worked so hard to get this red out that I'm going to layer it between the next white layer of tissue and here, and kind of push this further in the black back. And I think I'll snip at it after all, because I don't need big pieces. Where's my scissors? I put them back here because I was tearing. Let's snip some pieces and just let them fall kind of in between the shapes in here. Whoops, I snipped at it. Didn't quite get it. 3, maybe we'll angle this one like this. Now I'm thinking, but this whole page is pretty spontaneous. Pretty spontaneous. I'm going to put a little piece up above. Now, I'm going to pull these off again because I want to put glue on here. I want to put another layer of glue, and then I'll arrange these inside of the glue, and then we'll cover it with another layer of tissue paper. Which, do I have a whole layer left? I might have to tear another layer. I've got plenty. I've got plenty. We're going to tear from this side. We just tear another piece off here. We're tearing it into shreds. And yeah, I think 2 layers is too much. I think we're getting there. We'll just do one more layer here. But we're going to put my glue on. My page is really wet. This will have to dry. I have no idea how it's going to dry, but see how wet it is? It's really making a wet on the other side. It's wetting it on the other side. All right, let's get my snippets out here. Put them right there for now. Let me clean this up. We want to put some more glue on there. And I was using the wide side to do this. And I'm going to put quite a bit of glue on because I want to put those threads in there. And I want them to stay. So I'm just, yep, I'm just putting another layer of wet on here. And let me wipe that off with my towel just because, keep it as clean as possible. I think I'm liking this glue for glue booking. This might be, I want to see how it dries. I want to see how it dries. Now I have quite a puddle. I have quite a puddle on this page. It's very saturated with glue. And if I was glue booking, I would not layer like this. This is going to be, I think it'll dry hard like a piece of chipboard. That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know for sure. All right, let's put this one on first. No, let's do it here. I just kind of want to tap it down there. And the glue will hold it down. The glue is saturating this. And let's do this one. Let's put this one on. And here, let's make it go. Let's make it go up just for the fun of it. And this one, maybe. Shall I cross them? I think I will. Cross it there. And I need another one. And I lost it. Here it is. It's shorter. Let's put it down here. We'll cut another one. You guys are probably telling me to do stuff and I'm not seeing it. I'm going to put some in there. So I need a longer piece. This is just stuff I was saving. As you can see, I had to pull it off of Penelope. But I don't throw this stuff away when I do, like, I don't know what I was doing with it, if I was doing a tag or if I tried to tat it. I don't remember. I think I tried to tat it and said it was too fuzzy to tat because it is kind of a fuzzy yarn for tatting. Even when I got my ring tatted, the fuzziness kind of interferes with the prettiness of the ring, if I remember right. So I want to clip. Where's my scissors? And I'm not worried about that glue drying anytime soon, so I can kind of take my time here. Whoops. And I kind of want to just, now you could just throw little pieces of this yarn on here in various places. I'm kind of arranging it to suit my senses here. I want this to kind of come down like that. I'm kind of just making some lines on there. Now this page is wet. I can put this tissue down and it will absorb into that, which is what I'm going to do next. I'm just going to put this right down like this. Oh, and that's kind of what I want. Now I think that once it gets all absorbed in there, it will show the red yarn and the blue more. Let's just kind of push it down, press it in. And the tissue paper is dry on the front. Ooh, I'm loving that. I am loving this. I'm loving that texture that goes on here. But the yarn, the top of the yarn did not have glue on it, so the tissue paper is not sticking to the top of the yarn. I don't know if I can squeeze some glue on top of it. I'm not going to take it off now. So that's kind of why you see the white in there. That's where the tissue paper is not gluing down to the yarn. And here, because I pressed on this, it kind of spreads that glue in there. I like it both ways. I'm going to leave it. I'm liking what's happened to this page. I'm liking it a lot. We'll see how it dries. I might have to come in and mend up some of my edges. But now what I want to do is, look how wet this is. Look how wet it is on the back. I think it's completely soaked through that paper. I want to cut the edges off. I'm going to take this. I'm going to put this in the water. And that'll probably take care of that. I want to fold up this wax paper. And I got some blue and white tissue left to play with if I ever want to. Let's fold this in half. And let me blot off that wet glue because I want to cut. I could save this thread, but I think this is part of that rotten red thread that when I went to sew on the button, I just tore it apart. There's wet glue up in here that I want to kind of blot because I'm going to cut. And I think I'll cut with my older scissors because I don't want to get glue all over these. I fussy cut with those and snip threads. And I could hit this with the heat gun. Shall we try that before I cut it? Look how wet this is. Meri's just in her world here. I'm in my world. You get to see my world this morning. That was really a fun page to do. And I did not plan that out. That was completely spontaneous. I think my heat gun is plugged in. We'll see. I think it is. No, maybe not. Let me get to my plug-in here. Is that my heat gun? I have something else plugged in there. I got you guys plugged in. You are plugged in. Let me plug it in on the other side of you. It gets dark down there in that corner. All right, there we go. Now it should work. We're going to, because this is so wet here, I'm going to hit this with the heat gun. As I do want to cut, I want to trim my page. But I'll probably have to wait for this to completely cure, and there'll probably be some bumps, some places where glue did not get, although I'm not sure where. I kind of like this, but I think when it dries, all that speckles will go away because that's where it's wet, I think. I don't want to burn my paper. This turned out to be a really fun prompt to do. You'll have to tell Janet that Meri had fun doing her tissue paper prompt. She went out of her normal, I gotta think about it mode and went into a free mode here where I just did not overthink, and look what happened. Look what happened here. What time is it? 8:17. I could go until 9:45. I want to show you what I was doing yesterday. I had a brainstorm yesterday. I want to go out in the living room and get that and show it to you, and we might do at least one. I don't want to spend too much longer on this. I wanted to break apart my jewelry. I might do that tonight. Break apart my broken jewelry necklaces and get all the beads out of there. What I have a few. I don't know if I can find any more. I'd have to dig, I think, for my necklaces. But I have some that I can get some nice charms. That'll take me a while to get those off. I am loving this page, to tell you the truth. I'm going to leave it and let it dry now. I'm going to trim it first. And then we'll go do my brainstorm, or show you my brainstorm. So I have a fairly, until I see, it seems like it's drying nice, but until it dries completely, I want to see, this says, is it dual tip clear glue, but I can't read who makes it. Those are the ounces, and then it goes into real tiny clear print. I don't know who makes this. I'm sure it was, see, there's a little tiny print in there. I can never read that. It's this orange on white, and it doesn't show up. But I got 6 of these for, what, $1? 6 of them for $1 at the thrift store. And it looks like it was ordered from Amazon because they got that. Made in China. 6 of them for $1.50. So this is China stuff. I think I'm going to keep that one out. I'll put these back up, eventually lose them. Eventually I'll lose them. So that was really a fun page to do. Let me get out my other scissors, and I don't want to clip it on the fold. I want to clip the edges here. I might leave that for, let's just trim the edges off. It's still fairly wet. It'll be interesting to see when all this glue has cured and it's all nice and dry, if it gets hard and stiff. I can't see where my, I'm kind of going to hold it up to the light so I can see where my page is in here. And if I hold it up to the light, I don't think you guys can see, but if I hold it up to the light on this D page, I can see that heart in there. It looks like the glue, well, of course the glue would dry transparent. It's a transparent glue. So I think I'm liking it. Well, I'll let you know when it fully dries, my opinion. But so far, I'm liking that glue. And I really like this page, how I layered that, pushed that blue into the background. It probably still looks pretty strong to you. I'm going to throw this away, the white. These are my towels. I'm going to keep my blue scrappies here. Well, the little ones, I guess I'll toss. But I'm going to keep these. Those are still good. So I got 2 more scavenger pages done. So I have, I think, 8. I got 4 on the first signature and 3 on the second. And this one's 8. 4 and 3 is 7. I got 9 pages done out of my scavenger hunt journal. So I might get done by April if I keep working on it. Let's see. We got the, let me mark off what prompt I did here. It was the, I did the washi tape, I did the swatches, include sewing. That's one I'm going to do next. This was the tissue paper one. And I did that because I had the tissue paper at hand. Where is it? Pattern paper, mosaic paper, graffiti snark quote, decorated paper clip. I might do a bobby pin. That we might come back to that one. There's tissue paper in here, right? Wish list, torn paper. There it is. It's number 97. So I did that one. So I think the next one I'm going to do is sew on paper, but we're not going to do it right now. I'm liking this. I'm going to set it aside and let it dry. I'll let you look at it while I go out in the other room and get what I want to show you, because I had fun doing them yesterday, and I think this will be a fun thing to share with you. So let me run and get it. I'll be right back. I just have to step over to my recliner where everything is, because everything's out, I think. It's right here. I have it in my hand. I have to move one thing here. hard at all to get a hold of this. I'm packing these up. They're going to be mailed out today. I'm putting this with another thing in another. It's not going to, this isn't in addition to what something else that I'm sending. Let me move this off my desk. And of course, they're bobby pin embellishments, but what's so fun about these, let me put this over here. What's so fun about these is I had all those strips in the bag from the last prompt that I did with case 3CN. See all of these strips? Let me pull out at least maybe 2 at random. This one's pretty dark. And let's pull out this striped one. That one's pretty thick. We might have to thin it down. Let's see what else. Maybe I can find. Ooh, the text one. Let's pull these 2 out. That's plenty for me to choose from for what I want to do. And look, I have a bag of stuff here that I was playing with. I got some tatting in there I want to pull out. I got some lace, some more threads. I think that came on a embellish. I don't know what that is. It's inside. All right, I'm getting sidetracked. Let me put this away. But let me show you these. I'm going to hold them up so you can see them. I'm not going to take them off of the... I put them on this sheet so that they would... And then I backed it with the same thing. These are bobby pin embellishments, but I took those slit strips that I had left over. And I'll be using these probably because she uses a lot of strips. But even if she doesn't, I'll have them for things like this. And I slow stitched on them. Look, I did little diamonds there. These I ended up stitching closed because I didn't like it. Kind of hides my bad stitching on the other side. But look, I slow stitched. And these are going to go with something else that I'm submitting. And I got a red one. Well, this one I just made I just clipped it on. I'll take it. I just clipped it on with a bobby pin. It's not a bobby pin embellishment. It's just a flat cluster. And I put I did not stitch on this, but I did put, and I might have to stitch this down, tack it down, because it tends to float around. I put a piece of tatting down it. But this is just a cluster. I didn't put anything on the back. It's got a button there. I liked that button on it. But I just put it there to fill out the space. Because I only made 6 of the... Let me put it back on. But you guys know how partial I am to bobby pins. I don't use paper clips. Even the big ones are too short for me. Now, K3N has those great big long ones that I guess she said her daughter got for her. That's what I heard at one time. Her daughter was away at university and found some and sent them to her. But I like the bobby pins because these are 3 inches long and they reach into my journal when I want to tack things down. I have trouble with the paper clips not holding on. If you use them as little tags or flags, they're okay, but I'm partial to my bobby pins. And see, I have slow... Now these, 2 of them on here, I just made strip flags like that. And 4 of them I slow stitched on. So there's 6 of them. These are just little strippy flags that I put on. And I did wrap a thread around them like a little tassel so that they wouldn't, hopefully not fall off. I kind of stitched them together. But I did a little diamond shape there. And what did I do on this one? This one I just did, I did couching stitches in there. They're kind of, but I did couching stitches on the front and the back. And this is where I stitched it together. It's all one piece. This is stitched together. This I did, I have to hold it up. This I did cross stitches on. And then I did little running stitches on each side to tack it together. And this one I just did, well, cross stitches and running stitches at the top and bottom of this one. This one I just did running stitches on. And as I work with more stitches, what I'll do is make me more for my stitch journal, is what I'm thinking. This one, these are going to be given away. These are going to be donated to the sale, but they're going to be with another pack of stuff. But I wanted to show them to you. So if you're interested in the sale, it's going to be February 4th and on Crafting Mama's channel, Shelly Crafting Mamas, and Malia, who is, I'm going to cut this down a little. Malia, lovely Malia, they're both hosting that. See, I want a little of the gray to show. And even when I tear a little strip off like that, I save that because it'll make a nice little flag in itself. But what time is it? It's 8:30, so I have time to maybe put some running stitches in here. And I like that text one. Let's shorten. Now this one, I don't think I can't rip it. It's more of a, I'm just going to fold it like this and shorten this up a little. I don't want big, huge wide. These are probably 3/4 of an inch. And that's probably wide enough for these bobby pins. I'm just going to cut it here. And we're just going to do some running stitches just to decorate these up. And I might, if I have time, put some couching stitches on them. Or little upright crosses. And I can make some bobby pin embellishments for my stitch journal that the cover is going to be the piece that I'm using for for Becky, painted fabric. And I'm stitching on that. And then the pages are the weekly pages that I'm doing with K3N Cloth Tales. Oh, and I was going to say February 4th at 12 p.m. Eastern, Shelly and Crafting Mamas are holding a sale. And I'm going to put this white paper on it. And all the proceeds from the sale, and it'll be our art supply, all the proceeds will go to Janet Baum to support her because she recently, her husband passed away last week, and this is just to help her with her finances just a little. I'm going to use this big scissors to clip it. And I'm going to put this embroidery floss because I want to take it back out and put it with, I got a bag of embroidery floss, and this will go in my Ortbach tin. So we're just going to put these in here, and then I'll sort it out when I get out there. This is a linen thread, DMC linen. If you happen to see this, I do like stitching. Is this the linen? No, this is basilica. That it reminded me. I have some of that DMC linen, and I kind of like using it. It's a little bit stiffer thread because it's linen. All right, I have a piece of black out here. I cut a piece, but let's see if I can. Oh yeah, I think I can use this. And I'm going to use it just as it is. I think it's 2-ply. But when you're slow stitching and not cross stitching, sometimes you can get away with. And I think I'll see if I can't. No, I'll never get it through the eye of that needle doubled. Sometimes I open, if I have a large eye needle, I'll thread both now I'm just showing you here. I'm not going to do it because I don't think I'll get all 4 threads through the eye of that needle. Well, I might if I use my needle threader. Let's try it. But what this is called is a blind knot. If you have your loop down at the bottom, you don't have to worry about a knot. You just thread let's try it. I need my needle threader because I know I'll never do that by sight. My needle threader here that I get with my tatty needles, and we're going to go back to these Peacemaker needles because I really like these. I'm going to order me some more of those. I don't know if I can get those Peacemaker ones on Amazon. I've never tried. I bought mine through a online needle workshop. Let's see if I can thread all 4. They might have trouble coming through this eye. We'll find out. I mean, it's not hard to do this. Got a thread on it. I'm thinking that I'll have trouble pulling it through the eye of the needle, even with the needle threader, but we'll see. Yeah, well, it went through. I still have a needle threader. So I'm going to do a blind knot here just to show you. Now, I will not have enough to do both sides, but maybe if I just do one side and couch it, that'll be fine. Where's mine? Let's put this away so I don't lose it. I've already lost one. I think it rode under my recliner. All right. So let's go down this white strip here with my running stitch, and I think I'll couch it. But to do a blind knot, let's see, I think I'll start on the front. And I'm just going to bring it through here and make a little stitch here. Just a little one, if I can get it in there, right in the center. And I am stitching on the front. I'm starting on the front. It's like I'm going to put my knot on the front, but it's a blind knot. And you can, if you're doing needlework like cross stitch, you'd probably want to do this on the back. But see, because I threaded my open ends through the eye of the needle, I have the loop of my thread down here at the bottom. And I just put my needle through that loop, and that's what they call a blind knot. You don't have to sit and twist your thread or tie it in a knot. Now, because I'm using 4 strands, it makes it kind of thick. But I think I have enough to go across here. Now, I will not get a blind knot on the other side because I have an open. And it's always harder for me to do this online because this is a little strip of fabric. But I think I can, if I get it set up right, I can kind of load my needle here. Let me push that through. My left hand wants to shake on me this morning. Don't do that here. It's always hard for me to do the first couple. Once I get going, I'm fine, but my left hand is not cooperating with me. Sorry that you have to watch that. And I'm trying just to take medium-sized, well, fairly long stitches, about 3/8 of an inch stitch here. And you just kind of do the gather stitches, and I'm trying to keep them centered as much as possible, but I do get off track. You can draw a light. I thought I bought one of those fission pens. I think they're called fission, where the ink disappears with heat. You stick it in the freezer, I think, and it comes back. Or is it opposite? You stick it in the freezer and it disappears, and you use the ink heat, and it somehow, I don't use them. So all right, so see, I've got a nice running stitch. And then what I do is I'll take this and I'll kind of hold on to this side on these strips, and it kind of holds that while I'm putting in my stitches here. And that just kind of works for me, but I'm getting off center. Let's get my point kind of in the center. And my left hand is still kind of shaky. But kind of holding this down with my right hand when I do it when I'm seated at my recliner, I'll put this on the arm and work off of the arm of my recliner. Or that's what I was doing when I was stitching those other pieces. But I've never seen slow stitching on flags before. And of course, mine are bobby pin flags or embellishments. And you kind of want to keep this fairly even, straight. You can have a few little puckers in there. But look, see, I've got stitches on the back too. So let me finish this. What time is it? I've got time to do this. I am going to leave at 9 this morning. On some Friday mornings, I stay until 9:45, but I have things I need to get done. I want to get that mailing off to Shelley because it was supposed to go out Monday. Well, I was still looking for stuff that I knew I had, but I had to hunt for it. So I'm a little late with the mailing. Hopefully she'll get it in time. I'm sending it priority. So she should get it next week. She should have time by February 4th. And I've got it, most of it marked. All she needs to do is read the little associated sheet I have with it, and I put all the information on it, the sizes and all of that on it. So she shouldn't have to get out her tape measure and sort out stuff and package it up. I even put mailing or labels on the packages, so all she has to do when it sells is to write the name of the seller and what price. And so, and maybe she might want, I'm not sure how she's going to sell by donating per person, or she's going to sort things into price. I'm leaving that all up to her. All right, so now I'm at the end. So I'm going to put a little stitch in here just to, and I think I'll do it on the back. Let me go back through here. It isn't going to matter which side I put it on because it's kind of reversible, but it's the gray stripes show up more on the front than they do on the back. So I'm going to put my knot here that I'm making on the back, and I'll clip the threads. And I'm just going to come around that last running stitch and come through my loop. Boy, I'm hungry. All I ate yesterday was a salad. When we went shopping the other day, I bought me really nice fixings for my salad. And I've been having, I've eaten it all now because you want to eat your lettuce while it's still fresh. I bought a head lettuce. And I've been eating salads the last few days. But by 8 o'clock last night, I was hungry, so I fixed me some toast. And that's all I had to eat yesterday, so my tummy is growling this morning. All right. I'm going to put my needle on this piece, and I'm going to clip this. These scissors are kind of big, but there we go. Now I'm going to couch these. And what do I want to use? All I have is this tan, but of embroidery floss. But I brought in here this morning. Now, why did I bring it in? I don't know why I brought it in. I brought in my little packages of size 10. This is what I tap with, but I'm getting away from size 10, but I got all of these. I could crochet. I was making butterflies when I bought this. Let me open it up. Where is the open? Over here. Let's see. Let's do a red. I feel like red for February. And we're just going to put little, maybe upright stitches. Maybe not couching, just little upright crosses. Now, on the back, when you do the upright crosses, on the back, there'll be kind of slanted stitches because you need to go from one to the other. So I need to be aware of that. And my needle is right here, and I might need help with this. And when I take the labels off of these, I take them off and fold them and put them on the inside, just so if I ever want to reference it. And this is brand new. And I probably need the needle threader because this is a little bit thicker thread. This I'm going to put aside. I'll take it and put it in my port out in the other room. But let's get a good length of this because I don't know how much I'll need. Snip it there and get my needle threader out because I think it'll be easier just to use it rather than... Sometimes it isn't the fact that I can't see the needle. It's the fact that the thread is thicker than what it needs to be to go through the eye of this needle. But if I use a needle threader, I can kind of gently pull it through. And especially when you double it, you have to double it to pull it through the eye of the needle. So it's kind of like 4 plies of embroidery floss. There we go. Put my needle threader away, so I'll have it when I want it. I am pretty good about that because what I'm still working on is my my scissors. I keep losing my little scissors. I've got another pair, which are, these are Tim Holtz, but I got another pair that I just got at the store. I think I got them at Walmart, but they're black handles, and they're not as nice as these. But I use them to fussy cut, and I've lost them. I don't know what happened. I was using them this week, and they're gone. All right, so I'm going to start here again, and I'm going to start on the back with this, I think. This is the back because the gray strips are lighter than on the front. And I am going to put the couching stitch. Well, the couching stitch would have to go on this one. So let's put my thread here. It's not a couching. We're going to do an upright cross. But I am going to knot it here. So I've come through here about in the center. This is the front. But I'm going to knot it on the back. And I'm going to leave a little length of thread. I can always clip it off. And I'm just going to I'm going to leave a fairly tall cross stitch there. Upright cross, they call it. But I am going to try to knot it with this other one on the back. Now you could tie a knot in your thread, and I think K3M does a lot, but I also see her doing the little knots, which I'm going to do here. Let's get this piece out of the way. And to knot it, all I'm going to do is hold on to this one and take this one and kind of go, let's see, how did I do that? I hold on to one, oh, and I come under this one, and it's at the end, and then I go through my loop that way. And I just kind of make a gentle knot. Hold on to this. If I can get a hold of it here. Make a little gentle knot in here. I don't want it too tight because I don't want to mess up my stitch on the front. But it has to be fairly tight. Let's see, how does it look? Yeah, I'm happy with that. But now I'm going to let this fall down for a minute. I might want to come back to that. Where's my needle? So now I'm just going to, and I don't have that all the way down. I don't know it. Let's see if I can't pull it down a little more and still have a, I pulled on that. We're going to leave that. And I'll show it to you close up after I'm done. Get off of my tail. But here's where I'm saying you need to, as you stitch, you're going to have a slanted stitch on the back. But I'm going to stitch on the front. And it just seems to me that the first couple stitches are hard for me because I don't have much to hold on to. So you might see me struggling just a bit here to get it in. Because I want it centered as much as possible. I'm a little off center there. If I move it down just a little. There. So once you get going, once you get it all threaded and get things looking right. And I got my tail holding on to it. Oh, and I skipped. See, it looks like you skip a stitch. Now I could take this out again because on the back, I have this. Because when you do your running stitches, you get a stitch there and a stitch here. But on the front, it just looks like I went over. So I'm debating, do I want to leave that like that on the back? Or when I do this, I'll have a little stitch in there. I think I'm going to unthread this because I'll never get this through again. And I think I am going to have a little stitch, a little red stitch right in here. between these to cross this one. What time is it? I gotta watch my time. I've only got about 10 minutes. We'll do a couple more stitches and then I'll call it a day. I won't get this all done unless I work fast, and I'm not that fast. This is called slow stitching for a reason. I have decided it's slow stitching for a reason. And I won't get to the text one, but I wanted to show you guys how I was slow stitching on strips of fabric that I'm going to use on my bobby pin embellishments. I think that will be a fun thing to do. And then the other thing I'm going to do now, I want to make Penelope an Easter dress, but I also want to make her a slow stitch outfit. So she might get two. It'll take me longer to do the slow stitching one because I'm so busy with stuff, but we'll work on the slow stitch one throughout the year, and we'll do the Easter one. I'm not sure what I'll use to do it. I'll have to keep an eye out for it. I won't start it right away. I want to get my zines done this weekend. Tonight, I'm going to break apart jewelry, and I don't know what. See, it's a little hard to get all that thicker. It's number 10 crochet thread. These are the Peacemaker sewing needles. Let's put this away while All right, we have decided, now this is the back, but I've decided I want to also couch the back of these, which would be a white space over here. So it'll be a little running, just a little upright stitch in between these. And I don't know if I can make them the same or not. If you're real particular, I'll try, but maybe right there. And I know I'm not zoomed in. Oh, and look what I did. I did that wrong. I'm going to have to unthread this. Sorry. I should have come from the back instead of the front. Because I wanted to couch this. I did that all wrong. We're going to have to rethread my needle. I might get one stitch done before I have to leave. Because, well, you know, I'm talking, and, you know, when you're streaming, it's not always that easy to, it's very easy to make mistakes while you go. But I caught it. That's the good thing, I caught it. Well, let's just rethread my needle, not a big deal. You just have to learn patience. This does teach you patience. But I'm not fast. Other people would be zipping through this, especially quilters who've done this a lot. They know what they're doing. Mary's finding her way through these things. I have stitched before. Not embroidery so much, but I have stitched and done a lot of cross stitching and hand stitching. Not embroidery so much, though, I have to say. All right, now I'm coming. This is in the back, and I want to do this couching stitch. And that's where that little white stitch will come on the front. So let me hold on to this. Go in there, right here, and here. And that's where we'll have the little upright stitch between the black stitches on the front. Let's clip that guy off. He's running. He's just determined he's gonna get in the way. No, he doesn't want to be clipped. There. We'll throw him away. So, what did I do? I still have to do, I have it couched, but I don't have it couched. So let's come back. Well, I don't want to do that either. What am I doing here? I've got it like I want here. I'm just going to catch on to this. Because if I make a little knot in there, it'll go through to the front. I'm just going to wrap my thread around there. Because this is the back. Let's see what happens if I do this. I might have to pull it all out, but I'm experimenting. And it looks like an upright, but because I have to, this thread has to travel on the back. So I really don't need to couch those stitches on the back, but because this thread has to travel, I'm doing like a little blanket stitch here. See how that formed like a little blanket stitch there? Because I looped it through. Now let's go through to the front, and I've got my couching stitch, my upright stitch, and we're going to come, because my thread is at this side, we're going to come right in here, and that blanket stitch may float from one side to the other. I'll try not to, but let's see, because let's go there. No, it's not quite centered. In here. Yeah, that's good. But I'm only really concerned about the front when I do this. Because if I don't like the back on a flag, I'll just stitch the two sides together. Oh, you know what? Instead of doing let's leave that in there. In between these, see, I didn't have an in between over here. We could do another little upright. Would that work? If I go from here to, no, that isn't going to work. I'm going to have to do the blank. So what I'm doing on the back here, I'm calling it a blanket stitch because I'm taking my thread and I'm putting it through this thread that I crossed over to the next stitch. So that's what I'm going to do here. And it forms kind of a faux blanket stitch in there. I do like that. I do like that. And as I get more experienced with doing this, I'll maybe do a nicer job. I'm kind of working my way through. Now I need to do another upright stitch, but what that'll be on the back is another upright stitch on the back, and it'll be couched over here. So I'm coming through the center of the upright stitch over here. So it'll make the upright stitch will be on the front. I need it a little longer, so it'll show. Maybe about like that. Maybe I need to start down a little here. And you could draw lines on this to have guides, but no, I'm just doing it. Now on the front, it'll look like an upright stitch in between two stitches, hopefully. On the back here, it will look like a blanket stitch couched over this. See, on the front, I'm making a crooked upright stitch. Let's see if my needle's slanted. Let's straighten out my needle. Yeah. I don't like it. When I'm doing this, I like to have my upright stitch be upright and not at a 45-degree angle. And because I'm doing this online, I'm a foot away from where my eyes are. All right, we're just going to pull it through. This will be the last one. Now on here, to get that couching stitch here, I'm doing the blanket stitch, and I'm just putting it under this loop like that and pulling it. And we'll pull it closed here. Pull it closed like so. And it's kind of a faux, well, it's a blanket stitch, but it makes a faux couching stitch over on this leg here. And then on the front, I've got my upright stitches. It's kind of a reversible. I like what's happening, but it's going to take me a little bit to do all of these, so I'm going to quit. I'll hold this up closer so you can see it. And then we'll sign off for the day. See what's happening here? This is the front of it, and I did my running stitch all the way down my strip of fabric. And what I'm doing is I'm slow stitching on these strips of fabric, and I'm making bobby pin flags. So it'll be twisted on my bobby pin and become a slow stitch bobby pin flag embellishment that I'll use in my slow stitch journal. And here I couched. I put my black running stitch down the center, and then I couched this stitch. This is an upright stitch, sort of like a little satin stitch, formed by the couching stitch on the back. This is the back. And as I'm doing that couching stitch, because I have to pull that thread from one stitch to another to get down the line of stitches, because I'm looping it in here on that last leg of my blanket, it forms a blanket stitch. And I'm really liking that. I like that. It just kind of happened this morning, kind of me figuring it out, but I like what's going on there. So with that, let's kind of review. What did I do today? I started out showing the bag that I started with Becky several months ago. We opened Happy Mail. Laura Vasquez, thank you so much for all the double-sided tape. Bless your heart for doing that. I worked on what else did I do between then? I can't remember if I did anything between then and we worked on my scavenger hunt. Probably looked for stuff. And I think I'm going to use my scavenger hunt page as my thumbnail. This will go in my basket. This will go in my basket. My needle threader needs to go in my sewing basket here. This is that goes with the bobby pin embellishments. That'll get nailed out today. But I think this is going to be, we did 2 scavenger hunt pages. We did the D stamps, and you can tell it's wet in there. This glue is going to have to dry. Even I hit it with the heat gun, but it's very wet in there. And I think all this modeling, I don't mind. I don't know if you guys can see it. Let me hold it up. See how it's modeled in there? That's all wet. And I think as the glue dries, I'm hoping that will go away. But if it doesn't, I like it like that. I really do like it modeled like that. Some of this looks like it's the thread beneath, so some of it might show through. I kind of do like it. And then this is my tissue paper. And what I did is that blue, I tore them off in 4 sections and I tore little holes in them. And then I used my metallic pen to draw these blue shapes in there. I just brought out the shapes. I made a heart there. It looks like I got some red in there, which is okay. Your heart needs a little red spot, or that might just be glue. Then I started layering white paper over that. I put on several layers of white. Then I put on this red thread that I had. It's here somewhere. I think it's in there. It's kind of like a sport weight yarn, and I just looped it around in there. And I had a layer of glue on there, so it glued down. And then I put tissue paper over that. And you can see when I put those threads on the glue, I did not have any glue on the top. So the tissue paper is not sticking to the top of these, and it's forming that white. And I do like that. So this was a fun page for me to do. It was kind of a fun technique. I don't know if I'll ever use it again, but it was a fun experiment. Kind of looks like a face behind there with a heart-shaped mouth, but to me they're just shapes. I kind of like this page. I like how it turned out. So I'm going to use that as my thumbnail, and it is exactly 9 o'clock. So I want to say goodbye to you. This is Friday. Have a super duper weekend. If I don't see you, I'm going to be streaming tonight at 7:30 Central. Let's see who's on today. Let me, in my goodbyes, who's on Friday? Friday at noon Eastern is Lena, if she's still keeping that schedule. That's the last schedule I have for her. Stacy Catitude at 10 a.m. Eastern. Stacy's down in Florida. Barb Owen at 2 Eastern. And I think Shannon, Art Junkie at 3 p.m. Eastern. Becky's changed her schedules to Monday and Wednesday. I need to write down the hours. I think Monday is really early in the morning for her, like 6:30 a.m. on Mondays, and in the afternoon, either at 12 or 1 p.m., and her times are all Eastern. And I got Dusty on Tuesday and Thursday. So have a great Friday afternoon. I have things I need to get done today, but I will be on tonight at 7:30. So have a great day, everybody. Thank you, Kimberly, for leaving all those links. Kimberly's dropping links to everybody who's coming on. So have a great day. Go do some slow stitching or work in your scavenger hunt journal. Get out some glue and make a mess. Go make a mess. No, go make some art. Bye, everybody.